Good day, greetings, welcome everyone. Bloody Bone Spear today, making Torment 4 easy. Let me save my current build or rename that into Bloodwave, as we obviously want to be able to swap back to the Bloodwave build. Then we're going to store our whole gear for the Bloodwave in the Box of Riches and move over to finally play the Bloody Bone Spear. I've been waiting for that for quite a while now, as well Bloodwave performs well, but I feel like Bone Spear should overperform, especially when it comes down to boss farming. Judge Mig, good to see you there. Chippy also. I hope you're all excited for this. I finally got my hands on the piece called Indira's Memory. Now I gotta check which one is actually better. That one has damage injured. They have more max life, tides of blood the same, 61%. I guess yeah, I might as well keep this one. I mean, I still want to have a better one in the long run. So it's just sad that it's like a weaker Indira's Memory. But hey, at least we got it. Then we get a Path of Trag'Oul. So of these, we have many. This has 30. That one has only 18 splinters. That one has 14 splinters. So more or less the same. I mean, I haven't seen a 31 in ever. So we have 2 pieces. Then we need our Deathless Visage with the, so that's 68%. Oh goodness. We're trying to like get the, that's 7, but with 52. But a low roll there. It's like getting a good Deathless Visage might be not the easiest. That one is only 50. Like I looted all of them, right, to maybe finally get a decent one, but this one is 49, this one is 54, that was 44, that one is 52. When we get the 59% one, I guess we'll keep this. You have a mid-game Sork build. Sork is currently all about Lightning Spear. You can play Sork as Blizzard early, but then you just return to the standard Lightning Spear shebang, as it just seems. I'm sorry to say that. I haven't messed with it much. I just have seen what people have played. Okay, so these are the 3 pieces we need. Then we need the new pair of gloves that I had. Weren't they... This had overpower. This had attack speed. Yes, attack speed gloves. Because now these gloves need the most important aspect of them all, which would be overpower. In this case, it is the Bone Dusters aspect for Bone Spears guaranteed to overpower enemies in prison. You can see this is working good. The best just won't give me, the beast won't give you the bit. Honestly, Dark, I started farming the fear, the distilled fear, on Torment 4 now. So I started doing just normal nightmare dungeons, and I got like 6 to 8 fear per dungeon. And then I had to kill 3 beasts of ice, and I already had Indira's Memory. It took me a while though. As you can see, we're currently in like the next, we're in Torment 4, and I finally got it. So that has taken like a way longer while than I ever would wish it to. Okay, we're going for that. Into corpses with imperfectly balanced. We get the overpower into overpower healing, right? When we pick up this, we're going for the Titan's Fall. We don't need the Lucky Hit Barrier, I assume. We get you done. Then 1 point in here. 1, 2, 3. A, B, C. Just see that we get all the pieces. We need the bonus healing from all sources. Just wait. Do we fortify? Casting but reduces Bloodwave's cooldown. We're not really fortifying right now. I might have to put 1 skill point actually into the Necrotic Carapace. I'm not entirely sure about that. Oh, we missed almost 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Let's see where I get my source of fortify from in the long run. The other ways to get the fortify. Just see. Yeah, let's for the beginning, let's try it like this, because I'm not sure how much damage we'll deal in the long run, as I have not played the Bloody Bone Spear yet this season. We gotta get the whole vibe going. Also, Insomniac, good to see you there. Good morning, Luke. Howdy. We need to, where do we put the abilities? Bone Spear on right click to just hold it down. Then make the Bone Prison on number 2 to cast it. Every now and then Blight with the 5, I guess. And then we have this on 1. Corpse Tendrils. And that one just comes in for the bonus damage to Shadow Skills. I reckon. Yeah. Okay. Trying to go for the gameplay loop. Get the memory. We need to get our two-handed weapon. Our two-handed weapon is going to get the aspect of the Great Feast, most likely. If I can get enough resource generation to actually make this work.
I don't like this place.
Get ourselves the two-handed weapon. I prepared this one. It's a banger. So if I throw this now, technically losing HP. So okay, some fortify. Obviously you have this, so like we're getting resource back. But what you need right now is the resource cost of like lucky hit into resource. See, like we're slowly draining our life empty. So we really need to overpower with every hit. But like this is already like millions without having full gear on and nothing masterwork. We're already hitting like for millions, just like that, right? It's actually kind of illegal. Love that. How's season 8 so far? Pretty good, Luke. I mean, it's nothing ultra special. It's nothing too crazy. It's not the best season of the world, right? But it is quite fun to make things work. I mean, they buff builds, they nerf builds, and now figuring out which is the best thing to do, once again, is, for me personally, always quite enjoyable. As I like to solve the puzzle of where can I have the most fun with. Trying to get armor, thank you very much. Since that never hurts. Now let's try to get Soul Rift duration on this. This will be the hard part. Because there's only one thing that you want to masterwork, and that is Soul Rift duration. Thank you. And then obviously we want to get total armor percentage. Armor. That's a good armor now. And what we can actually just masterwork it 1, 2, 3, 4 to at least get like the basics out, right? Armor, cool, like it. That being said, we could probably masterwork like all pieces at least 4 times. I made sure to have the resources to like boost everything a bit. I'm not going to be looking for the perfect masterwork here right now, correct? I just want to hit the masterwork that we have like slightly boosted stats. Should all just come in together very handy. Gloves, they need to get tempered. What do I want? I want critical strike damage and corpse tendril size. So we got worldly finesse for critical strike damage. It's good because I can use them for everything right now. So getting like worldly finesse is actually pretty good. We could go for Soul Rift duration on this one as well. It's actually stupid that like the only way how to really play Soul Rift. Okay, if I get another decompose, I just have gotten like decompose. Okay. Thank you. Just give me decompose explosion size like 20 times in a row, because why wouldn't you? That would certainly not be annoying at all if you gave that to me multiple times in a row. Surely. Hey, should we try to roll like ranks into Bone Spear, chat? Because that's kind of what you want to have, like ranks into core skills or Bone Spear. Critical strike damage, also an opportunity. Just throw some money out of the window just for the YOLOs, just to see what happens. I have the materials, right? I surprisingly do have the materials. Wow, this is really not happening. I think I'm going to take critical strike chance just to have like enough critical strike chance to make this work. Okay. Mighty Throwbar is hitting for a few billions. Yeah, I heard that. The problem is Mighty Throwbar might be hitting for a few billions, right? But the actual... brain say it, or I'm gonna literally punch you in the brain. Earthquake Barb is still overperforming, right? Funny story, I can keep my Bloodwave Paragon board. I don't actually have to change a single point It's just like Bloodwave Paragon board still exists. Just like that. Mats and gold is unlimited this season. Yeah, right now I haven't had much issue with gold so far. We'll see where that goes in the long run. Oh, we want more intelligence gems, obviously. Oh, I could have made just intelligence gems here. Oh. Beginner. Ruby, skulls, topazes. Like 2 of those and 2 of those for now.
Color and brilliance.
Our armor's a bit low. We should be able to get it up. When we have armor on the boots, we have armor in the chest, so in the long run, that should be more than enough. I mean, our resistances are quite weak. Our resistances are quite weak. First, let me just take these and just sacrifice them for resistance. Thank you very much. Your overpower, your crit, that hasn't changed. We're still a little bit off. Oops. We need a amulet with movement speed and cooldown reduction. Intelligence. I mean, I don't have attack speed on all of these. These are sad F tier choices just for you to understand. This is nothing I would like to keep in the long run. But hey, I have them right now, so I might as well use them. That's attack speed. That's actually really good. The same goes here. The vulnerable damage gonna be attack speed. Attack speed, thank you very much. And the resource cost or the chance to heal gonna be anything but that. Or life. Sure. That should work. Now we need to still temper this, and what I need as a temper, let me double check, is lucky hit chance to restore resource. Yes, this is probably the most important one here, or we won't be having it. So it is the up to a 15% chance to restore resource. Thank you very much. Because with this resource restoration, we should be able to hit it. Hopefully. Okay, let's keep the resource cost reduction for now. We also need to hit the blood attack speed because we want as much attack speed as possible. Nothing else, no damage. Why attack speed? Because like more attack speed, more spears, more everything. Okay, I don't want blood attack speed in the end anyways. Right? I never wanted blood attack speed to begin with. Okay, this one needs bone to hit twice. Bone spear to cast twice, I mean. Bone splinters. Bone storm. Bone spirit. Bone splinters. Bone spirit. Bone spear. Thank you. I'll take it, right? Because you get bone spear twice here and you get bone spear twice there. I mean, optimally, you would have it the maximum values and then just hard roll it. But yeah, that's that. And vulnerable damage, great. I mean, this weapon is a big effing dud. I don't even want to talk about it. Still gonna masterwork it 1, 2, 3, 4. So we masterwork everything 4 times. I mean, it barely costs you anything. I just did some nightmare dungeons so far, and they have been more than enough to allow me to do this, right? Oh, we wanted to go for blood attack speed here too. Blood damage. Blood over... You know what? It's going to stay with blood overpower damage for now. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, that's the base setup, okay? We need to actually make a thingy in that ringy. A thingy in that ringy. You heard me correct. Socket. And then got to make some more flawless diamonds for the time being. Not sure what kind of like rune combo to take. We actually do have finally the I got a Bach rune and I also have a Zan rune already, so we can actually try out minions very soon. Okay, my resistances are almost resistancing. I guess if I wanted to, I could just remove some points here to take all resistance, All resistance. Why you make me do this, huh? Why you make me do this? Computer game. Why you make me pick up all resistance so I can play the game? Not cool, brother. Not cool. Forcing me to pick these things up so we're just basically resistance out. Do you think Bloodwave or Death Trap is stronger now? I think Bloodwave is still stronger because Bloodwave is just so much easier to play, right? So Death Trap requires way more moving pieces to get done, where Bloodwave is really just have the two aspects, have the pans, and then a little bit cooldown reduction, you're good to go. Okay. Oh, I forgot to put on the aspect of the cursed aura. No, I actually don't need the aspect of the cursed aura. What I need is the runes for Necromancer. Because I don't want to play the Decrepify, right? We're lazy. So what I need is the rune for Decrepify. Number 1. I do think I have it. Stun grenades, meteors, earthquakes, Decrepify. And we want to cast it with travel 5 meters, cast evade, cast 5 skills, then become no mobility or macabre, drink heal push. I don't have a single good rune to trigger this. Are you kidding me? Cast 5 skills, then become exhausted. I guess. You play Bloodwave with so much cooldown that it was down to 9 seconds. If you get enough cooldown for the Bloodwave, you don't have to ever actually play the aspect at the end anymore. So now, chat, I do believe we should be able to absolutely obliterate the person in our way. But let's see. So my Bloodwave can kill this too, but my Bloodwave doesn't struggle, it just takes a bit. Now I wonder how it's going to be when I unleash this. Well, it's only 100 million damage right now, so we're not really feeling the maximum damage yet. I was definitely doing more damage with the, what's it called again? I was definitely doing more Bloodwave damage out of the house, so that does feel slightly weaker. It's interesting. When I gotta observe now how this is going to behave. Oh, I didn't change my powers. That makes a difference. Wait. I should change the powers too. Oh, I don't have the outlaw sharpshooter power for this. Okay, we wanted to play the lightning square, and we also want to upgrade it a little bit. At least to 8. Good. The chest beam for the instant execute, the Belial's eye beam for the go invisible and then hit, even though that doesn't really work that much, but should be good again. We could do Lilith if we wanted to. Actually, you know what I would like to, like Lord Zer's blood, wouldn't that also just heal this build like beyond belief? Tips for beating Lilith: do it in Torment 1 and have enough movement. Oh god. Do it in Torment 1 and have enough movement speed. That's it. Ta-da. I need more crit. That's for sure. Because, like, we're doing tons of damage, but missing out on... I see that there's the 100 million. Okay, he's probably not even the best one to fight against because he's, like, just moving around too much. Like, we're trying to get him, like, here in the bone prison. He's just like, you shall not get us into bone prison. So, like, the damage is there. But it's less damage than Bloodwave right now. Could you kill me quickly? We need to test this now in the pit. So, like, I'm not surprised that a tier 4 boss wouldn't, like, straight up keel over. At least not, like, the way how my gear is looking right now and how everything is going. So, let's go to Grigoire and see how the pit does feel. Keep in mind, my Bloodwave is doing billion damage already. Not just millions, billions. Oh, we forget the aspects. Oops. Chad. There's a world where I maybe forget a ton of aspects. Oops. Please don't judge me. Only one person after all. Like, you know, I forget the aspects that would actually be tons of damage because you need the aspect of the Dark Dance. Because the aspect of the Dark Dance... Shit, I don't have it. No, I have it here. It says every 5 seconds your next core skill costs life, right? But skills that consume life have increased damage. Ta-da! Kind of nice. Used to be multiplier, is now only additive, so it's still worth it though. And we wanted to try out Great Feast, even though I don't have Great Feast. No. I don't have Great Feast? Oh, that's unlucky. Well, then I'll just take Conceited for the time being. It's definitely sad to not have Great Feast. You always forget aspects. Hey, I'm a professional. You know, do what professionals do. Let's do a 60 first, just to vibe in. Just tried following a Necro setup and ruined all your damage you were doing. Which Necro setup did you try to follow? And if you're missing, keep like see 100 million, chat. Look at the difference aspects are making, and we're doing 100 million damage. Okay, we're right now not having the cooldown reduction we need to like cooldown reduce the thingy. That's like, oh no, it's almost like aspects make all the difference, right? It's probably because we're not having the right aspect to cast the like our what was it called again? Working. Okay, suddenly everything makes sense. We don't have the right aspect to cast our curse, which is a bummer. So right now, like, this should reduce our thing. Like, on core skill cast, we should cast the curse, which means if I then start throwing in spears, then I always instantly have everything reduced. So that's at least how it should be. But as you can see, we're kind of lacking that, and we're just casting the curse semi-often. I guess I'll have to play the aspect of the cursed aura for the time being. I mean, let's finish this in clunky and then just play the aspect of the cursed aura next round. It's like you gotta learn. Call it a learning experience that I. So like this is 500 million suddenly with the aspects. But you might already notice how clunkier it is though to Blood Wave, because if I don't have my Bone Prison up, I'm not doing any damage. Only if I have my Bone Prison up am I actually doing damage. So it's like I can walk in here and I can do nothing, but then as soon as I put this one down and we start throwing out, right, we're just regenerating like there's no tomorrow. But unless that is up, nothing is happening. See, now like this is not happening again, so nothing is happening. We do a random 200 million if we luckily overpower. But if we don't guaranteed overpower, it's kind of like bad. And obviously if we stand inside our opponents, that stinks too. So it's like pretty much what I said in the beginning about this build. That it's like mighty fun to play. But it has its extreme weaknesses in terms of like the prerequisites that it needs to make work. And then as soon as like if you're not hitting the prerequisites, like it's just very sad. We're just Blood Wave performs so much better. Also, I'm wondering where's this I want to say, where's that poison damage coming from? So again, aspect of the cursed aura should fix this for now until we get the cast core skill thingy. Doing that. But just play PoE2, so much more build diversity and much more endgame objectives, Matt. I mean, first and foremost, if you really say that the endgame of PoE2 is better than Diablo, then you're just, you know, lying to yourself. Because both are bad. Both are bad. Thank you. That being said, though, why not just play both games, brother? I mean, I will play Diablo while it's very interesting and fun right now. And then when I'm done with playing Diablo, I will go back to play more PoE2. I think that is not a very hard concept to understand, right? It's like kind of fun to play both games. I personally believe. And at least I can play Diablo without, like, you know, having to sweat my ball sack off. Which is surprisingly something that people lack to understand often. That you kind of don't want to sweat all the time. Sometimes you just want to game. You know? Just game. Let's wait for the cooldown. It's funny that despite like playing the heavily unoptimized version due to a lack of Rune, it's still working. Right? And like we're still having this work. Yeah, sure, weaker than it could be, don't get me wrong. But that doesn't change the fact that it actually works. Gaming? Yeah, goddamn, what's this gaming thingy? Where you just play to have fun? Put the bone prison up, put the bone prison up. Kill everyone with millions. We gotta go back to a tier 4 boss now that we put the aspects on though, and as soon as we have the curse. That's important. As soon as the curse and we get the aspects now on, we get to see how a tier 4 boss now behaves. The black screen error. Honestly, the black screen error is so ludicrous that it still exists. What are we talking about? It's when you teleport that you have a black screen, and that's it. Then you have to restart the game. And there's literally posts in the internet with like hundreds, if not thousands, of people saying they have this problem, and that Blizzard is just absolutely unable to fix that one. It's actually telling. Because that one exists now for, was it 2 seasons long already? It's kind of crazy. Not gonna lie. And sad. Okay, could you please die so we could, like, meet your boss? Funny story is, like, if you're just throwing spears to kind of, like, get the cooldown reduction done, right? But you don't have a prison up, then you're not going to overpower. And if you don't then prison up overpower, then you're just going to hurt yourself. It's like, why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Okay, now I got to wait for my prison. I can do this, and then this. When the damage is there, I guess the only thing I dislike in comparison to, what was it again? In comparison to the Bloodwave build, that you have to figure out resource management, right? And maybe I just don't want to figure out resource management once in a while. Maybe I just want to chill. Okay, let's get the curse properly up that we actually cooldown reduce, because this was like really sad. We get the Eliminator Glyph updated. I don't have Topaz fragments to update this. Huh. I remember someone saying this in the creator Discord. That Topaz fragments are once again a bottleneck. I see. I see. Diablo. What do you think is the class rankings right now? I mean, if you look at the pit leaderboard, it kind of looks like that Rogue is obviously the king of kings, the king ding-a-ling right now, because they're doing plenty good. And the other classes are right behind with the Barbarian and the Necromancer. I do believe it's surprisingly balanced. problem being, though, that, again, Spiritborn is very weak in comparison unless you play, like, very bugged things. So Spiritborn not being strong, Druid having Cataclysm Druid, and that's about it. We're kind of like, every class has 1 or 2 builds max that can actually do Torment 4. Like, it used to be that any build could reach Torment 4, okay? Any build could reach Torment 4. Any build could clear Torment 4 boss. That's not true anymore. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But the way how I see it right now, if you need to play an actual good build to beat Torment 4. I mean, I have my Bloodwave build. Okay, again, I have my Bloodwave build. And my Bloodwave build is able to do Torment 4 bosses, but I already need to invest significant resources to do this. Okay, Varshan might just be single-handedly the worst boss to play for this. I mean, at least we're cooldown reducing, so that's nice. Did you just walk out of my next prison again? He just walks out of every prison. Like, you're not good for testing this, Varsh. I mean, it shows a big weakness of this build, though. Like, right, if he's not standing inside this thingy, if he's moving even remotely out of this, I will have my share of trouble to hit him, right? So I need someone to pretty much, like, stand still inside my bone prison. Then we can do the damage to win here. But if he's not standing inside the bone prison chill, then, like, I am screwed. Which favorite Diablo 4 class? Oh, Necromancer still. Necromancer is just brilliant. Let's actually take, like, a boss that doesn't move that much around. Let's see what Grigoire does. And we definitely have to push the damage of the Blood Bone Spear further to feel good here. And get, like, some more pieces together. Trying to improve, they made it even worse. How do I say this now? It's not necessarily worse that builds struggled to reach Torment 4. Like, it's not bad. Technically. Technically, it's not bad. Because, how do I say this now? People were looking for aspirational content. The problem is that aspirational content shouldn't be Torment 4. Right? So that's the biggest issue, I guess. We need more crit chance because my crit chance is only sitting at 28.7%. You know what? I'm actually going to remove this boss power, the execute boss power for now, for the crit boss power. What was the crit boss power? Here, critical strikes. This is really nice. Gain critical strike chance. Like, I can just get critical strike chance, like, to the moon. And suddenly we're sitting at, like, 28 plus 26 plus 25, like, 80% crit chance, huh? So, the problem is that they decided to make Torment 4 the aspirational content, and instead of deciding to make, a tier 5, Torment 5, that is then the Ultra Torment tier for only hardcore gamers that have their gear 12 out of 12 times masterwork and that kind of stuff, which would have gone down way better in my humble opinion. They made just the current tier the hard tier for some weird reason. Sir, that should have not killed me. I'm just saying. Sir, that should have not killed me. I have, how much lightning resistance? See, I have 70% lightning resistance. I should have certainly survived that. Seems like I need to drink a potion of the life. Like, when we have a boss that is more stationary. Oh, I should still curse him. The problem, actually, gonna walk up to curse him, right? How long does my curse last? See, like, if we now walk up to curse him, and then I'm actually able to throw this in, But then we're also able to actually like cooldown reduce enough, have it consistently up, and do like tons of damage. As you can see, like there it goes. Chat, there blows! There blows! The damage! The damage is going in! Like this is when you have a target like Grigoire, who's stationary, and you're not fighting a target that actually moves around. So big difference, right? Like Vershan. Still though, you need to get close to actually get your thingy. The damage is definitely easier to put down. Like there is more damage than Bloodwave because you just do more attacks per second, right? So that's the big advantage here. More attacks per second just leads to more damage. Surprise. I mean, who would have guessed? Neil, do you want to do Undercity for runes? I think that's the best. Like, I need to get the rune for casting core skill to give me the curse that I don't have to walk in, because that's bullshit, right? Izzy, good to see you there. This is Roman, by the way. I'll keep that in mind, Izzy. I'll try at least. If you add tier 4, people will complain they can't do tier 5. Yes, I mean, people will complain because people are stupid. Okay, chat. Have you heard about the game called Clear Obscure 33, which is unarguable the greatest game that has been made this year? I've seen people now claiming that we're glazing the game. Right? So, like, this just proves no matter what you do, you make a controversial game, gamers are unhappy. You make a very good game, gamers are unhappy. You make a game with a small developer studio, people will find a reason to complain. A AAA developer makes a good game, people will, like, at this point, I guess, no matter what you do, you can't win anymore. No way to win. You lost anyways. Why am I doing this in tier 4? I should have just done this in tier 1. Yeah, you simply can't please everyone. I mean, at this point, it just seems like you can please no one. Gamers have gotten weird to a degree. I mean, no, not gamers, chronically online people, right? Have gotten weird. My favorite part when I actually post a build guide, okay? And like people are asking me questions like, how does this hold up compared to Creator XYZ? And I'm like, I don't know, sir. I never watched Creator XYZ's build. How am I supposed to know how my build holds up against someone that I don't even watch? Also, what does it matter how it holds up against other creator builds? If it's a good build, it's a good build. Okay, this one is squishier because I essentially like burn my own life. But you know, like the chronically online Falcon that then like for some reason watch 10 different build videos and try to find the one build video that's the best, instead of just enjoying a good build. Okay, we put the bone prison down, but the guy that removes the damage is slightly standing outside of the bone prison, which means that I don't do enough damage to actually kill the enemy. Because the guy that then reduces the damage, right? He's not standing inside the area where I do the damage. So I can't actually do all the damage. I mean, that's what you have corpse generals for, to then pull him together. Because if he's like standing back there, again, nothing I could do to take it down. Wow, this is really clunky to play in an Undercity. And this is everything I feared when it comes down to Spear. That Spear in normal content doesn't feel good. So there is content that feels good, aka bosses and the pit. But the problem here being right now that the monsters die too fast. Like you can see this, right? The monsters die too fast. Why is it an issue if monsters die too fast? Cooldown reduction. Because if monsters die too fast, then I can't use my cooldown reduction to reduce my cooldowns. Who would have guessed? And if I can't reduce my cooldowns, then I can't get the bone prison up fast enough. And I need the bone prison to do the damage. So you notice that there is a bit of clunk. I guess this can be overcome by adding a bit more cooldown reduction and maybe equipment pieces for a outside of pit build. Right? If I'm like, hey, so if you're not inside the pit, you should probably add items XYZ to the fray to improve your pathing, clearing, vibing. Would people like that? No, people would hate it. Oh, like that we were supposed to have a 1 million max and we're already sitting at trillions, sir. Like, I'm not sure, like, how do I say this now? So the problem why we're at 1 trillion damage and Blizzard wanted us to not be here is overpower. I mean, the biggest issue that Diablo right now has is overpower. Because every build, this build included, every build does overpower. And if your build doesn't do overpower, even sword builds do overpower now, right? And if your build doesn't do overpower, you're screwed. Now comes the big kicker. A lot of builds can only overpower when you use a rune. So what does that do now for people that don't have the expansion? You're like double fucked, right? Not only are you missing out on anyways like interesting content, but now like if you don't have overpower runes to make your stuff consistently overpower, what you gonna do? The name of the game is Overpower. The stat squish pretty much just made Overpower OP, which is funny because Overpower used to be overpowered. Then they nerfed the one amulet that made overpower. I mean, remember, we used to have the Banished Lord's Talisman that everyone, their mom and their granny was playing. And then they nerfed the Banished Lord's Talisman because barbarians were too good with the Banished Lord's Talisman. Then, like, we pretty much got the stat squish, and then the stat squish made overpower overpowered. Yeah. I guess. This is very clunky. When we're doing this in Torment 4, like, it would obviously be vastly faster in not Torment 4. But that's not the point. It's just, like, about the actual clunk that we're feeling while we're playing. This is everything I feared, but I promised chat that we would make a complete Bloody Spear build. So we could then, like, talk about the problems that the build actually has. You play with a Season 7 Blood Spear build? No, I play with a Season 8 Blood Spear build. It is updated. We have that on Mobalytics. It's called the Necromancer Hub. There's all my builds in there for this season. All my Necromancer builds for this season. They're all gathered in one location, as I thought that would make it a bit easier for you to find all the builds. Where we're stuck. Complaining about Bone Spear. Oh, that was 800 million. Cool. Ah, yeah. Clung. So, man, like, at this point, I would recommend playing Blood Bone Spear for bossing, and then probably just play Blood Wave for everything else. I mean, optimally, you would have a Blood Surge build for everything else. But Blood Surge just takes way longer to get good and needs way more moving pieces than Blood Wave needs, right? I mean, I can do an Infernal Horde with Blood Wave. I can do that. And then, like, in the long run, Blood Surge probably. Try to Blood Surge build. I just don't have the tools to make Blood Surge work yet. Say lane. We might do it later. I mean, the Armory allows us, obviously, to do a lot of stupid things. So why not? Ta-da. I mean, for the Blood Surge, you need the gloves. You preferable need a mythic unique already, so you need the Ring of Starless Skies. The Ring of Starless Skies would obviously be great for this one too, if I had it. Okay, I need the cast core skill for Rune. So this was now a Bloody Bone Spear playthrough, okay, Chad? But now let's do the comparison just so you get the feeling for where I'm coming from, why I'm complaining. So let's teleport out. So for a whole round content, what to play? I mean, right now, Bloodwave can do everything. If you really just want to do one build, then Bloodwave is your go for. Because that is unparalleled. Good choice. Okay, now let's save. And this is Blood Spear. Bloody Bone Spear. That away. Destroy the gear. swap over to Bloodwave just to show you like the big difference. So that's Bloodwave now. Okay. I'm gonna do the same activity. Put in for the Rune one, or jewelry, because I need more rings and amulets. Is there a way to boost Bloodwave to deal with tier 4 bosses quicker? Yep, you just get more maximum life, Matthew. I mean, right now my Bloodwave is doing trillions of damage, but 10, 20, 30 billions of damage, sorry. But getting to up to 100 of billion is super easy. So like you do one wave, then you walk in a circle, then you do another wave, right? Then you walk further, do another wave. Walk in a circle, do another wave. So like just in comparison to the two different playstyles, right? Like what I have to do to like pretty much get the blood spear to work and how we're playing Bloodwave. There's a reason why I prefer Bloodwave for this kind of content. Right? This is decisively more relaxed. I mean, this is F tier gear, so all my gear pieces for this are not that good, sir. And you can see there's 800 million coming, but 800 million is obviously not enough. So if you want to clear tier 4 bosses easily, you're going to start doing 10 billion, 20 billion, 30 billion damage. And for that, you just simply need better gear. I mean, right now I don't have max life on all my gear pieces. I don't have Paragon points fully. Like I have only 138 Paragon points. So this will come over time. Torment 4 is currently not a skilled content. It's just a put time in to get respective gear content. Because if you have 200 Paragon points, you're going to do Torment 4 easy. If you have your gear 8 out of 12 times Masterwork, you're going to do Torment 4 easy. Bosses, right? So that's kind of like the thing. Macro thinking about getting rapid ossification to make Blood Spear in other content feel better. Even if you play the rapid ossification, I don't think it will feel better. It's just in the nature of the build that it doesn't feel good there. It's just in that, like, so I mean, look at this. I do my Blood Wave, and my Blood Wave works, right? I play Blood Surge, and Blood Surge works, okay? So Blood Surge and Blood Wave are two builds where I walk into a pack of mobs, and I press my attack button, and they die. That feels good. Then with the Bloody Bone Spear, you walk in, you make a bone prison, you shoot people that are inside bone prison. If your bone prison is not up, you're not doing damage. So then you need to bone prison again to do damage again. That sounds vastly different to walk up, press button, kill. Right? What's the best way to play Spiritborn at the moment? Well, the thought was that Rushing Claw is going to be insane, but right now everyone is playing the Ashava boss power, and the Ashava boss power is being used to then over poison your enemies. So like full poison build, and even that is actually bugged and doesn't like completely work. Right? So rapid ossification is definitely a smart thought for macro. Good pointer. To get your cooldowns a bit better. Rapid ossification is the bone skill that when you use bone skills or essence, what was it? When you use essence, that bone skills get cooldown reduction. It's not a bad thought. I mean, you could also use, I guess, more cooldown reduction on... More cooldown reduction on the Blood Wave for Bone Prison. Should be tempers for that as well. Right? Yeah, Touch of Death build with Ashava, Ancient build with Max Roll. Can't get into tier 3. That's what you're saying. Well, that's because... Well, you can get into tier 3. You just need more investment. I mean, right now, I just had to get these pants and the aspect, and I was able to go into Torment 4. So the thing is that you can't get into Torment 3. You just need to put in way more effort to get into Torment 3. That's probably right now the biggest issue with Spiritborn. It's just clunky, and it just takes too much time. I mean, if I, with minimal effort as a Necro, can already be in Torment 4 and farm gear, to then potentially just boost my other characters, like, why would I even bother playing Spiritborn unless I already have all those pieces together, right? See, but both builds like actually kill the bosses fast, so that's nice to see. The Bone Spear has the advantage with high attack speed that you can hurl out Bone Spears, where each Bone Spear will do billions of damage later on. Okay, did I get my rune I was looking for? Like, I'm not getting the runes, chat. We're not getting them. I need the one cast core skill. Give me the cast core skill runes. Like, come on now, brother. We'll keep that pants, even though I have like all pantsless builds. Okay, more maximum life. We did it, chat. We did it. So that was now the big comparison between playing Bone Spear and playing Bloodwave. It is a worse game than before because you now need S tier builds to play. You can get level 60 with whatever. But yes, the argument is as soon as you're level 60 with whatever, you actually need to start carrying. And that doesn't feel good. And rightfully though. Like, I'm fully with you. It does absolutely not feel good. Let's equip the Blood Spear. Which piece of gear could I upgrade for most damage? Probably my weapon right now. Right? Yeah, just squeeze out more damage. Well, we could obviously get here more maximum life too from the pans, so the pans are worth it to 8 of times masterwork because it's like just 25% more max life. Boosting us up nicely. We are beyond any kind of resistance, so what we can do is we can actually swap one. Where's the jeweler? Where is the jeweler?
Always delighted to see a customer with taste.
Un skull, por favor. Because that brings us armor-wise up. Thank you very much. You're tempted to make a Necromancer. You should. Necros are great. I was looking for a... That's Lord Zur. Let's see how much damage we can do to Lord Zur. I was complaining that the Bloodwave build is not good versus Lord Zur. And you know why? Because you kind of need to stand close to him. By the way, what about minions? Minions need this rune. Minions need you to have the Zan rune. If you don't have the Zan rune, you might as well not even play minions past Torment 2. Because without the rune, they just don't feel good. Again, another build where you're like, hey, if you don't have a rune, you might as well not even bother playing. I know it sucks to hear this, and, like, I'm sorry, but it is what it is. How many classes do you try per season? Every single class. Every single class, sir. See, the damage is legit, right? Once we get here, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that, chat. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. And we're just blasting him downwards. So that's legit. Right? I was pumping the damage. Could you please come, sir? Ma'am? Big damn, Chan. That's something that, like, Bloodwave at some point can't do because you don't have the attack speed. That makes sense to you? If you don't have the attack speed, you can't obviously do this. Oops, I didn't want to summon him again. Oh, I guess here I am. Where are the Bloodwave pants? You mean where do they drop? The first Bloodwave pants for the Bloodwave build, they drop from Lord Zur. But actually everyone can drop them. Okay, keep that in mind. Like, see the damage here? So they drop from Lord Zur. The second one dropped from the Beast of Ice. But that being said, actually, every boss can have every pants. Because they changed the way how the dropping works, that now every boss can have everything. So it's not that only Lord Zur had, like, only the Beast of Ice has the pants. Lord Zur could drop them too. You can't play Bloodlands into tier 4? Probably not. No. Dennis, the Bloodwave for the second Bone Prison. No, that's stupid. Sorry. That's not optimal. So the actual Bloodwave pants, using the Bloodwave, is the worst thing you could do. Okay, because the Bone Prison spawns at the end of the Bloodwave, but I need to tell where the prison goes. Now the problem with Bloodwave is that it doesn't do anything for the build. So for example, in the like actual Soul Rift, gets me barrier, makes enemies vulnerable, gets me bonus damage multipliers, and on top I get essence back. So it does all these things for me. Whereas, well, the Bloodwave doesn't do anything for me. Okay? Very important. How's the rune called that has like the core skill usage? How's the leveling from Necro 1 to 60? With minions in 3 hours to 60. We get the whole level guide for that up. What did I want it to do? There was something in my forefront of my mind. Oh yeah, you know what we should do? We should just kick the Reap out for now and just play this. And I hate that I do this, but like it might be better than actually playing the Curse Aura, right? Let's do another pit to vibe ourselves in. Yeah, it was the Sir rune, right? I mean, at this point, I think I have nothing left but to farm. So, like, if I activate the Soul Rift, pretty much become immune to damage, and I can just, like, kill everyone. New damage is insane. Here, curse them, do this, get the cooldown reduction, kill them all. Kill them all. It's just so clunky without the core skill curse, because how does the core skill curse work? So the core skill curse works that it puts it on the location where your mouse pointer is. So that was 1 billion almost. Which means if I put my mouse pointer here and then I start casting my core skills, he will pretty much curse exactly there where my core skills hit. And as you can imagine, that is exactly what you want to have, right? No walking in, no getting there, no asking yourself if you actually hit them with a curse. No, my pointer is on them. My pointer is where I'm shooting, so that's where I curse. See, like, the Bloodwave here wouldn't do anything for me, but the, again, the Soul Rift keeps me completely buried up, completely resourced up, so I don't have to, like, worry a single bit about resources. The grinding for Necromancer is super easy. You get into Torment 1-2 with minions, which is really simple, and then without actually investing anything into minions, you can just farm Torment 1-2 bosses, get yourself a unique pants either for Bloody Bone Spear or for Bloodwave, and then you can instantly jump into Torment 3, kill Torment 3 bosses, or like farm Torment 4 normal. And the rest is history. I mean, Necromancer has probably one of the easiest progressions right now, which is illegal. Because you with like absolute minimal investments can just do like the pieces of content you want to do without having to like farm or be stuck at any point. So that's the thing. You're like never, oh no, I need to farm Opticide now to upgrade my gear or I won't be able to progress. I mean, sure, in order to kill Torment 4 bosses now more reliable, like I mean I can kill them already, right, with a Bloody Bone Spear. But in order to kill them even faster, I just need to improve my master workings. I need to actually get the gear pieces I'm looking for. I need to get more Paragon points. Because obviously right now I don't even have 4 runes activated. Without 4 runes activated, I'm missing out on how much potential damage? I think at least a 30% multiplier for not having all runes activated. I'm missing on 1 rune up to legendary, which also would give me another multiplier. So, yeah. Like a lot of potential damage missing right now. I'm happy that Bloodwave still exists. If this was like the #1 build, or I mean, this is potentially the #1 build, don't get me wrong. But if this was the only option that Necro had, oh, I would be sad. It just plays so clunky. Especially if being forced to like need a rune to exist, right? Because otherwise, casting the curse is just clunky. I am sorry. Like, right, instead of just, I already have to do Bone Prison. That was 5 billion hit, by the way. So I already have to do Bone Prison. I already have to do, like, the Corpse Tendrils and optimally do the Blight. So there is a lot of moving pieces. If you're now like, oh, but you also have to cause the curse handishly. Nope. I mean, seriously. At least we're making some levels here. It's good. But I guess we'll farm Undercity now, chat. I'll farm Undercity until I have that goddamn rune. There seems to be like no other thing I can do, right? I can't farm bosses because bosses, like, they sometimes drop runes, sometimes don't drop runes. Otherwise, runes just randomly drop in the world. I mean, there's no rune chest in a Helltide, correct? Wow, that boss got bullied. That boss got bullied. I'll say it. You know, it'd be funny if the Obel vendor had a rune gamble, right? What if the Obel vendor had a rune gamble? Which is the 4th rune, by the way? I need to get up. Dominate, Corporal, Essence, Sacrificial. I need to get Corporal up. Like, why can't the Obel vendor have something or just put my stuff in? Really kind of him. Which one looks better, Bone Spear or Bloodwave? Bone Spear is stronger than Bloodwave. I can already say that for boss clearing. Like, we have the same level of equipment right now with Bloodwave and Bone Spear, and Bone Spear is definitely better at clearing bosses, but worse at other content. Like, I would not take my Bone Spear into a Helltide right now. Here, like, I can actually show you. So there's the Helltide thingy with a boss, right? I want to obviously kill the Hell Maiden. So let's go there. Prison down. Now I have like another 6 seconds before I can do damage again. So I need to curse, throw some things, activate this, put the prison down. There's only 1 dude in. Pull things together, do some more damage, go further. Put this. I gotta do so much more to basically just do the basics. It's fine, right? I mean, it's fine. There's nothing breathtaking. So Bloodwave definitely excels. Blood Surge is still the best farmer. You can tell me what you want, but Blood Surge is the best farmer. What I wonder though is how much would I have to do for Blood Surge to work? The interesting part is Blood Surge has the exact same Paragon board as the other 2 builds, so you could have 1 Paragon board for 3 builds essentially. That's kind of cool. Blood Surge just needs even more to work, because you gotta really make the resourced thingy work. And the fun part is I could use the same rings, because the rings with the sacrifice bonus, this is all something that Blood Surge is using too. So the ring and the amulet, I could just use that. Oh, I don't have the hearts to summon her. I can't even kill her right now. Chat, I don't have the hearts. Oh no. Oh, Knopf. Seems like I am terrible at the game. Well, then back to the Undercity. Like the clown I am. Oh, come on. Let me leave. Let me leave. I don't wanna mingle and jingle. I don't wanna fight. Heartless man, yeah. I've been I had some hearts, but there was no one else in Torment 4. I have a problem, Chad. Okay, listen. You know what my problem is? I was in Torment 4, and I was trying to do the lady, but there was no one else doing the lady with me. So I had to do the 3 hearts in myself every single time. What the fuck? Bone isn't that good for pit and mob clear. No, you misunderstand. Bone is insane for the pit, if your enemies have a certain amount of HP. The problem with open world mob clear is that open world mobs do not have the amount of HP to survive long enough to give you the level of cooldown reduction that you need. Do you have a thoughts video on Claire Obscure? My thought is that the game is a 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10. Absolute amazing game. So no, don't really have a thoughts video on it. You can watch my live stream, so we're absolutely stunned by how good the game is. And anyone not thinking Claire is insane, it's just a hater at this point, honestly. There's an agenda. They're planning, they're just doing it for clicks, I think. Sorry. I'm not take you serious anymore if you have anything bad to say. If you use Bone Spear minions with the Mimic Blood Spear also, nope. There seems to be, like, they changed the wording on how, like, the echoes work, and, like, even the Bone Spears are not getting the proper echoes anymore. So, something got changed there. Not sure what exactly happened, but the helmet now reads every Bone Spear that's cast, and the Bone Spears that being made by the hands are not casted Bone Spears, and I think the Bone Spears that your skeletons cast are also not casted by you, so they're all not getting the bonus echoes anymore. Yeah. If that was your question. So they like unintentionally, intentionally, like, made that worse. Can't say if it's like this is no hate towards Blizzard. I just literally can't say what is intentional on their side and what is by accident, right? No hate. Like maybe it's a feature. Maybe it's an accident. Maybe it's both. A feature accident. Who could say at this point? Do the echo do damages? Yeah. When the most damage you just do is with the overpowers anyways. Overpowers. Everything that overpowers does overpower damage. It's funny though, because we didn't have the build this morning, right? And I just put together a bunch of ancestral pieces that don't even work, like that don't even synergize, right? And if you joined the stream in the morning, we just took the ancestral pieces we pretty much had with like suboptimal stats on it, and we can still perform like this. This is something you can't do with obviously like then Spiritborn, just taking random ancestrals being like, oh, this is probably gonna work. No, it's not. Big advantage of the Necro. Just take random shit and it will work. And wait until they fix Spiritborn glitches. funny story, sir. There are glitches that are in the game since day one that still haven't been fixed for certain classes, right? And Spiritborn is only here since season 6, so not that I want to dash some hopes, right? But there's such like things broken since forever, and these classes have been longer than Spiritborn exists. That hasn't been fixed. Including the new things that just randomly appear where stuff that used to work suddenly doesn't work anymore. And there's a new minion bug that minions, so let's say you have these minions that make corpses, right? Or you have the minions that give you essence on hit. Well, there's a bug that when you walk through a portal and enter a new region, that suddenly all these special minion powers stop working. So you suddenly don't make essence anymore, you suddenly don't cooldown reduce, you suddenly don't make corpses as you are supposed to do. Yeah. And you're just like, okay, but that's weird. Like how did that happen? Guess it just did. What keeps the Decrepify around you? This is the aspect of the Cursed Aura. I obviously don't want to play it. I want to play a rune that gives me the curse for free, which would also come with a nice little execute. So double, very good. Now, obviously, I don't have that rune. That's what we're doing here right now. So this is the reason why we're playing. This is the reason why we're doing this level here. So I can get the rune that I need for this build. Okay, give it to me. That was a Moni. You know what? Even if I had a Bach rune, that would be better than... Like, there's many runes that could do what I needed to do, but I don't get the Sir rune. Avoid health damage while fighting for 2 seconds. I mean, I'm damaging my own health. I don't think that would work. I could get an Igni rune. That would make my life easier. Haven't found the rune either, Russell. Well, that's why I'm pretty much doing there. Which rune is it you need? I either need the core skill cast rune, or I need the the rune that stores offering. By the way, Pertsy, Steve, Izzy, Boosted Boy, thank you all for your subscription and support. It's very kind of you. On a Friday, 2nd of May. I hope you had a good 1st of May. It's usually a tour day for German non-married males, where they go out and get drunk and celebrate not being married, I guess. Name of the rune, though, I think it's Sir. There's Sir and Buck or Igni. Which one was it? Buck? I think it was Buck. I don't remember things by names. I just remember things by what they do. Right? The rune that does this. Why would I remember the name, chat? It's just the rune that does this. Oh, that room here was a bit weird because I barely get any afflicted to boost my timer. Fuck, what's the move on? Shit, that was Igni? Just stood in the corner there. See, if I did not have the Soul Rift up here, I would just die. So for the person that like said, why not just use Blood Wave? I mean, seriously, if I did not have the Soul Rift up at any given point here, I could not just stand inside everyone like this, right? Ignoring all their damage. That's certainly a big advantage of the Soul Rift. It's just ease of playing. Ease of just not giving a flying fart. Oh yeah, totally killing you. And also killing Jeremiah. Absolutely. Just walk through everyone. Cannot not like kill her because she's just like so simple to kill, so might as well. All these standard things are just staying alive because it's too tedious to get them killed. Any tips for doing tier 1 bosses? I play Spiritborn with 1k armor and I'm still getting one shot. Yeah, I don't have really Spiritborn advice for you because Spiritborn just doesn't have like a fancy power curve. Like, usually you should enter Torment 1 and be able to handle everything in Torment 1 with ease. Like, because you get Torment 1, you go to the Obel vendor, you pick up, like, the absolute basic pieces of gear, maybe get a greater affix weapon, and then you should be able to handle everything that Torment 1 throws at you. And if that is not the case, it might be a build issue. I mean, it could obviously be a build issue. It could also be a skill issue. But sometimes it's also that just the class that you're playing right now is just not as performant as other classes, and it just feels bad. Now, which it is in your case, I can't tell you. But I think Spiritborn is just not good out of the house. I mean, again, if you're looking at Minion Necro, I get Torment 1 with Minion Necro. I go to the Obel vendor. I gamble a weapon with 800 item power. And then I can kill Torment 2 bosses. And that's it. I don't have to do anything anymore. And I wish I was exaggerating just for the case of, like, I don't know why I would exaggerate. But I did this, and I didn't even have the aspects. Okay, keep in mind, I didn't have the goddamn aspects because I was waiting for them. So I was not even having a fraction of the possible power. I was missing 220% damage multiplier. That would have, like, really made everything better. I was missing the main golem aspect to even use Fell Gluttony. Right, great. Yeah, everything was missing. And yet, we were able to just, like, do Torment 2 without a single issue on minions. Survival-wise and damage-wise. What definitely helps on Necro is getting this whenever you get Fortified, you get a certain amount of area. That was such a game changer for Minion Necro because Minion Necro usually uses to die at times. Not if you're using that, and you just simply stop dying. Where's the portal? Where is the portal? Play Rogue Dance of Knives. Have no problem in tier 1. Will you play later Rogue? Yes, I'm going to make a Death Trap Rogue for sure. I want to wait a bit until the nerfs are in because Death Trap will definitely get nerfed. Or at least the bugs will get fixed. So I don't think it will necessarily get nerfed, just that the Death Trap bugs will get fixed because there are some weird bugs for Death Trap happening. Whoop! And then probably go there. What makes the lightning effect happen? Right now, that is this here, Grigoire's lightning square. We got Tal, Qua, Zan, and Nur. None of them is what we want. I don't even know which ones these were. Tal, Qua, Zan, and Nur. All the ones we don't need. What gives Barry on fortified boss power? Whenever you gain Fortify, additionally gain that amount, 18% of the amount is Barrier. So if you have a way to actually get yourself Fortify, you can easily get Barrier too. And that helps tons. Necro Bloody Bone Spear is strongest in Season 8. Maybe. Bone Spear is a boss killer. Bone Spear is a pit farmer. And that's it. And no matter what you do to improve the performance in other pieces of content, it will just not be good for them. Like, see, I can do this, but it's by no means smooth. It's by no means not clunky, right? So if I had a good Blood Surge build right now, and we'll definitely do that today too. We'll see how powerful is Blood Surge with minimal gear. So if I had a good Blood Surge build right now, it would pretty much perform better than this. It would just not do billions of damage, right? That's the whole point. But it should still perform better than this. Now, I don't think I have the moving pieces to, like, right away make Blood Surge work. Because I don't think you can make Blood Surge work without having the Ring of Starless Skies. And obviously, I don't have a Ring of Starless Skies. I mean, like, do you have one? Actually, I have seen multiple people with mythics already. I have not gotten drop one. I've killed 50 bosses already. I've looted 50 stashes. I haven't gotten a single mythic. I also don't actually see what is called again, the boss. Like, does any one of you actually see Belial often? Because I don't. I even put points in seeing Belial more often. I still don't see him. So, yay. I don't really know what to play. I choose Necromancer because Necromancer is easy to use. There's a lot to be said about, like, fancy cool setups and everything, but, like, having a character that just smoothly works at this point, sometimes that's just it. I mean, the same goes for Barbarian. If I hadn't gone for Necromancer, I would have probably played Barb, simply because Barb Earthquake setup is just so simple. That's why I, like, tend to do Barb second now, and we'll probably play Earthquake Barb. I've seen Mighty Throw Barb, and it kind of falls, for me personally, in the same category as Blood Spear. It's cool that it exists, but it's not fun to play. Apart from seeing, like, big banger hits, right? I've seen the Ambush Belial ones. Yeah, like, I took my Seasonal Ashes, the Smoldering Ashes, to increase the chance for Belial to appear, so far by 40%. And yet I have to see more Belial, so they definitely undertuned this. I mean, Belial was meant to be this amazing thing. I don't have the Betrayer Husk to fight big Belial right now. And I've been trying to get them, trust me. So unless you invest like 4 points into more chance for Belial to appear, I don't think you'll actually see him very often. I fought him twice. Ha, there you go. I mean, I obviously killed Big Belial for his hero power. That's obvious. But since then, I haven't seen him again. I mean, for being the season theme, like, it's kind of, like, sad. They definitely missed the mark there. I would at least triple the Belial spawn rate. I mean, every like, 5th boss or so, you kind of want to meet him for sure. And right now, like, I have met him maybe 1 in 30. 1 in 30 definitely feels not enough. I've seen Belial 3 times out of 6-7 boss fights. Wow, you're a hacker. I see. How about the Butcher? Does it appear? I am not doing enough Nightmare Dungeons to notice that. So I can't tell you. When I've only done the amount of Nightmare Dungeons I needed to do to get the items that I need to get. Because I was looking for Distilled Fear to summon the Beast of Ice. So that was the absolute only reason for me to actually do a Nightmare Dungeon. Otherwise, you will not catch me doing Nightmare Dungeons because there are tedium galore. I can't actually wait what they're trying to do to make Nightmare Dungeons work, because we're gonna get a season of Nightmare Dungeons, guys. A season where they're gonna try to make Nightmare Dungeons great again. Don't, like... I'm already worried. I'm very worried. That's for sure. Of a season that will force me to go into Nightmare Dungeons. And then they're suddenly supposed to be fun. You know? Like they're gonna be trying to make them fun. I don't know how. What you want to do to increase the fun in Nightmare Dungeons, right? I mean, they plan to rework them wholesale, so... I go Nightmare Dungeons for glyphs and Opticite. Yeah, but you get more in Infernal Hordes, and it's like less walking. Sir, could you please go back into your bone prison? Could you please go back into your bone prison? Oh, I got a Zan rune, but I didn't need a Zan rune. Still nothing new, chat. We get a Quox, though. Casting a skill other than a basic or defensive spends all your primary resource to increase your damage up to 100% for 1 second. That's good. I mean, Quox is always a nice rune that can be used for many builds. So this can be used in Bloody Bloodwave too. Because you just cast ultimates, and then at some point the Quox rune will just use up, like here, we have cast ultimates, and then with the Quox rune, and then the Quox rune goes like... It's a good one for Spiritborn. It's a good one for many builds. I remember when Nightmare Dungeons were all the endgame. Well, the moment where Nightmare Dungeons were all the endgame, Nightmare Dungeons were also challenging. You get to not forget that a tier 100 Nightmare Dungeon was an absolute madness. Like only... I would reckon that back in the days, Diablo release, maybe 5% of the community could do tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons. It might sound crazy to you, but that's what it is. That's how harsh it was. Mm-hmm. A piece of glove is actually good. Ooh, more attack speed. Thank you. You just looked up the rune prices. It's crazy. Wait to Diablo trade. Diablo.trade. Let's see. Okay, Diablo.trade. Items. Talking with BattleNet. Give me a second. Wow. There are more ads than ever on this website. I mean, there have always been quite some ads there, but okay, I don't have my authenticator. I can't look up the prices. Someone tell me the price right now. I'm sorry. I don't have my phone here with the authenticator, so I can actually not check the prices. My apologies. We wanted to check out Blood Surge build. So what we wanted to try out today too is we do the triple stack of builds. Where's my old Blood Surge build? Need to whip that out for a second because we wanted to really see how that would. That was Bone Spirit. Here, God Surge. The Air of Perdition. I have the aspect of the Great Feast. Need a focus. We could do a 200 weapon build. Need to check if I have anything to funnel in this direction. Do we have another two-handed weapon? mean, that thing would be great for one-handed weapon stuff. Chance to restore primary resource. You know what? That's exactly what I need. For the Blood Surge build. Temper. Chance for Blood Surge to deal double damage. Thank you. Then... ta-da. Good. Wait. Let me just double check that we have this saved. This was Blood Spear. Save. Yep. Then we can put all the pieces off for now. Let me do something here for a second. I need to put the Bone Spear aspect. Okay. Let's be smart for a moment, chat. Need to put the Bone Spear aspect here. Yep. Because then I can put the Sacrifice aspect on the gloves. Forget that. Let's change that around. Let's put the Sacrifice aspect back on the gloves, back on this, and put the Bone Spear aspect back here. So, now that we talked about this, guys, let's do the smart thing of, like, reverting what we did, because we obviously need Crew's Embrace. Hey, let's do the smart thing. Oh, well, you know what? The smart thing is actually stupid. Because we obviously need Crew's Embrace, right? Where does the equipment go when you swap it out? Into your inventory. It's all a bit clunky. Three Tides of Blood. Well, the problem is that we need the bonus sucks. Because without the bonus sucks, it sucks. Okay, how much damage can we deal? Technically, I've been playing the Blood Moon Breaches because it increases the critical strike damage to enemies affected by curse. I wonder if the Blood Moon Breaches are truly worth it. Or if I get like a pants with a lot of maximum life, I'm just better off. I was been keeping like pants here. Where are all my pants? I've been keeping a lot of pants with just stuff on. Let's keep pants. I need boots. Here's boots. Life per second needs to be re-rolled into something else. I'm having better luck with my tempers. Okay. That's how I feel about my tempers. Okay. Soul Rift duration. Oh my goodness, I've been having so much luck with my tempers. Oh my lord, look at me. I'm the Temperer, the Temper Master. They call him Temper Daddy. No one calls me that. Because that would be really weird. Seriously. Would I just play a Godslayer's Crown right now? Because I have nothing else. Like, I might as well just play a Godslayer's Crown. Yeah. Someone just followed. Perfect moment to follow. The streamer calls himself Temper Daddy. Thank you. Hey, Daddy, temper me, sir. This is a Wendy's. Okay, we'll just play the crown because I have it. It's also cooldown reduction. We have the boots. I mean, I'm pretty much like at this point, I'm like 4 times master working everything. Just don't wonder. What aspect do we play on the pants then? We get Cursed Aura here. We can play... Like, usually we play more uniques. So it's like a full unique thingy. What could we play on the boots? If we have Cursed Aura on the chest. Yeah, you know what? I will play Juggernaut on the Pantaloonies right now. Because I don't have the things happening. Juggernaut aspect. And then we will play on the boots. I'm taking anything, Chan. What do we have? I mean, we'll probably take the... Dazed aspect, concussive, right? Wait, they changed concussive strikes. No, dazed, no. Wait, which one do I mean? Am I just missing... Did they change the daze one? Where you have a lucky hit chance to daze and then you do more damage? I'm surprised. Well, then we're playing Metamorphosis. But that would be our source of Unstoppable, in case you wonder. We need to get rid of the ring. No, actually, this ring can stay. Okay? This ring can genuinely stay. This one could stay as well. The only thing we need is a different amulet. It kind of stings. So, this one needs to go away. I need to make sure that all of them are marked as favorite items, so I don't accidentally destroy them. Not that that would happen. That would be so stupid if that would happen, right? Which aspect do we play on the weapon, by the way? Okay, do I have a good amulet? Just have standard crap amulets? That has more maximum life, I guess. We temper soul rift duration on the amulet as well. I need to temper definitely blood attack speed. Thank you. I'm not sure on the second temper as of now. %of greater affixes are resistance. You're not wrong. So I would want to have Great Feast, but I can't have Great Feast. I probably need to look for a resource aspect right now because I'm not sure if I can keep my resources up. That's like the big question. Like, the problem with Blood Search is, like, in order to keep the resources up, you need to do... unspeakable things. I'm not sure if we are able to keep the resources up how we want to. Let's actually put on this the surge aspect. I hope I have it. Bloodbath. Yeah, let's just put it on here. For the time being. It's like just because of the new amulet. And then the weapon is going to get... Let's go overboard. Chosen. Aspect of Rathmas chosen. So I'll just have all the attack speed in the world, Chan. Look at me. I am the attack speed now. Do I, like, which aspect, which rune was it to restore resource? Was it a blue one? Here, you restore primary resource. And we're going to use... cast 3 skills for the time being. Now, how much damage would we deal already? Oh, wait, we have a dummy in here. I'm a beginner. So Paragon board stays exactly the same. The only thing that needs to change is the skill tree. Instead of taking Hemorrhage, you take these two. It looks a bit weird. It looks a bit weird, but it will make sense down the line. Don't actually need the barrier, I think. Didn't even need the slow, to be honest. My last build wasn't even playing Reaper's Pursuit. Let's put that out. I should do the trick for the time being. Dustman down, still drop from Beast of Ice. Yes, I would just gamble it though from the Opal vendor. Multiple training dummies. Oh, Blood Surge needs to be on. See, that's the like difference between Blood Surge and the other stuff. So I do reasonable damage, correct? But it's only 20 million. Like 20 million damage is nothing special. Despite like having also my gear 4 times master worked. And we also don't have the cooldown reduction to really work. We have to put somewhere, like, you could temper lucky hit chance technically. And instead of tempering soul rift duration, you could go temper lucky hit chance, but it would feel so bad to actually temper lucky hit chance, right? Let me just temper it for a second because I just want to see for the YOLOs. Any temper here right now, doesn't matter. So I can just masterwork this 4 times. So if I was using this in Torment 4 right now, correct? Let's temper... Chance to restore resource. Resource cost reduction, yeah. I really wanted that. 3, 4. You can spam it, maybe adds up quick. I mean, let's walk into a Helltide, okay? No, let's not walk into a Helltide. We do the comparison here. So if I was trying to do the same content, okay? Same content as I was doing with Bloodbone Spear and with the... Blood Wave. Same Paragon board, same amount of levels and like stuff like that, right? So we can kill them. Not impossible. But it's also just in terms of damage output. Not really as impressive as, right? So sure, I'll get the job done, and I'm not doing terrible damage. I'm also not doing outstanding damage, right? Especially not when I'm trying to like go fast through things. Just already that the damage difference is just there, right? Because my scale is mostly life, so I need more life to do more damage. My overpowers are also happening only every 5th cast. So if you compare this to the Bloody Bone Spear, so every 5th cast I'm overpowering, right? So I need to cast really quick to overpower, because otherwise I don't do damage. Like if I don't overpower, I don't do damage, right? So like you can already see that we're not doing this in time. It's like to give you a feeling for Blood Surge. That's why you usually play a one-handed weapon too, that you just have more attack speed, because with the two-handed weapon you might have bigger overpowers, but like you need just more overpowers, not bigger ones. Just like again, the overpowers only what deals the damage. And if you have a Bloody Bone Spear and they're inside your bone prison, then everything overpowers, right? And that's a big difference. Oh, that was 100 million hit, actually. That's kind of nice. We can actually hit for 100 million. Good damage is not enough. It's the point where if I had the Ring of Starless Skies right now, okay? So if I had the Ring of Starless Skies, if I had the Air of Perdition, then we would instantly have enough damage. But that's 2 mythics to actually get a build to farm. Yikes. So this was to give you like a feeling for Blood Surge and how well Blood Surge would do its trick. Sadly, not enough. At least not with basic stuff. I mean, like, you can't also call this basic stuff, right? We have Crew's Embrace. I mean, like, let's do... Wait. Let's check this in Torment 3. Because the very important thing is, and this is something you need to absolutely understand, right? That the rewards of the Undercity are not bound to the Torment tier. So if you do an Undercity tribute, and you do that tribute in Torment 1, 2, or 3, or 4, the actual rewards, the amount of runes that are coming out of it, are exactly the same. So let's do this in Torment 3 now, for example, because I'm just here to farm the runes, right? And suddenly my overpowers just like, you know, that just cleared everyone on the screen. Ta-da! So suddenly, for doing this piece of content, we are actually, like, we're feeling good, right? Especially since I can just walk around and hold just my right mouse button down and everything will die. So yay! Big difference on tier 3? Absolutely. I gotta say, it's still, like, Blood Surge used to feel, like, really good. But seeing, like, all the overpowers that you get with Blood makes you just... It just makes you feel like that the Blood Surge is just inadequate. But it has always had this problem that it is not working together with Blood Orbs. Because now, like... The advantage of Bloodwave is that you pick up the Blood Orbs and everything is just an overpower. And you're just pretty much getting robbed on your key passive with this, right? The key passive is not made. And this is a ground oversight from Blizzard. So the Blood key passive is not made to work with Blood Surge. Because in which world is Blood Surge picking up Blood Orbs? I mean, you do most damage with Blood Surge if you are technically standing around AFK and you're just making as many surges as possible. But in no capacity are you supposed to run around and pick up Blood Orbs like you do with Bloodlands or you do with Bloodwave at this point. One thing we could actually do with this, so one thing we could do to improve the performance is getting the whenever you consume a corpse, you make a Blood Orb. And we are consistently consuming corpses and making corpses, so that is one thing you can do. But would you be happy to have a build where you can farm in Torment 3 with? Because, again, even to farm in Torment 3, you would need everything I have here right now, correct? Is tier 4 possible with minions? Yes. Not easy, though. So you can get into Torment 4 with minions. The investment will be big. You have to also grind up runes. So you want to have, like, the Death Razor 45, the Golem Glyph, if you then play Golem 45. You want to have the Corporal Glyph 45, right? All of these things. So like, you're just not going to get Torment 4 easy. Generally speaking, I would treat Torment 4 as aspirational content at this point. I know people like to be in Torment 4, and you might feel like you're a failure if you don't reach Torment 4, but I'll tell you that playing the game on Torment 3 is more fun. And there is technically no reason to reach Torment 4, right? I mean, you could say, hey, I need to get my glyphs to level 45, and then Torment 4 would be good. But do you need to? I mean, right now, if you reach Torment 3, The content in Torment 4 is not different. It's just harder. But I mean, Blizzard created a scenario where getting to Torment 4 is just not fun. And I don't know if they realize this. Like they made getting to the hardest part of the game not fun. Because it's not harder, it's just more tedious, right? So as a casual player, I would probably level things up to Torment 3 and then just be done with the game. And I think this is also what their data will show. Now, I don't know how you personally are feeling about this, but that's how I'm vibing currently. I mean, I will obviously still make everything Torment 4. The thing is that you can take any build into Torment 3. So Minions Torment 3, Spiritborn Torment 3. If you want to play Human Form Druid Torment 3. So no matter what build you're playing, wow, this is a bunch of shitty runes. You can get all the builds to Torment 3. And if you're then actually looking to go to Torment 4, you need to play an S tier build. Yeah, that's the best way to put it right now. Let's actually do this Resolute Totem here right now. I don't know if I'm actually fast enough for it. The new loot patch is good, Spooky. I like to hear it. When we pretty much made the video about the loot patch, but we weren't intending to play as of now. Because, I mean, the loot patch, no matter how good it is, it's just the loot patch. It doesn't fundamentally change the game. No, we're still waiting for the crafting system change and such. I stick to 3 until I get my Bloodwave running. That is smart. I mean, right now, Diablo is in a weird state again. Let's say it like this. I do know what the devs are trying to do because, I mean, I'm in the creator Discord, right, John? Like, I'm in the partner Discord, and obviously not telling you what's going on in there. But, like, pretty much, like, the devs have a vision. I'm just not sure if they're doing the right things to get to where they would like to be. A little bit like Path of Exile, right? Where they also have a vision and they're doing things to achieve that vision. But I'm like, you know, it's not always sure if the steps they're taking are the right steps. Or they're essentially just making the game worse. I should have done that in Torment 2. We'll see. If I just wasted that tribute shot. What is fearing enemies on my gear right now? Was it the... Something is fearing enemies. I just don't remember what was fearing enemies. How far in the journey are you? We can check. I think I'm in the 3rd part or the 4th part already. I did actually this time pay more attention to the seasonal journey as you're not getting ashes otherwise. Now, that being said, they gave us a set of shitty ashes because they don't even put in a Purveyor of Curiosity ashes there. And I find that very tone deaf because the Purveyor of Curiosity ashes are the best ashes in the game. Hello? The only ashes you ever want? Where my Purveyor ashes at? No Purveyor ashes make Ponyhoff sad? Do you like the Reputation one, though? Yeah, the Reputation one pretty much just... It's like a shortcut ash, right? I mean, the Purveyor ash gave you actual good loot, right? If I was looking for a certain unique, then with the Purveyor Ash, I could reach that unique easier. So that's what I really like, right? The Reputation Ash has you just reach your Reputation end game faster, and that's then it, right? You just have to farm less, I guess. Ta-da. But I just really liked how the Purveyor Ash was like, I gamble obols, and I just have a better chance to really get the cool things that I want. I miss that. I mean, right now I've been, for example, looking for these unique pans for quite a while. And with the old Purveyor Ashes, I could have just gambled these pans in no time. So that would have been cool because it allows me to get there without having to like farm Nightmare Dungeons. What do I do? What do I use the ashes for? You upgrade your boss powers. That's why you need tons of them. So I think in order to upgrade all the boss powers, you need like what, 100,000 ashes and more. Sounds like a lot. It is a lot. I mean, right now I have most of my ashes, the ashes I actually use up to 12. Because you also need to get the ashes gradually up as they're needed for your seasonal journey. Because you need to get XXX powers to level 16, XXX powers to level 12. And right now, either you farm the Apparition event, which is a little bit boring, I'm sorry, or you actually just kill bosses, because that's the cool advantage. Killing bosses gives you ashes. And if you kill bosses in Torment 4, you get more ashes. So technically, you want to reach Torment 4 to kill bosses to get more ashes. I think the difference is 100 ashes in Torment 2 versus like 160 ashes in Torment 4. Which is not a lot, but it's still there. The Blood Maiden gives you much more blood. Dude, the Blood Maiden often drops 12 to 16 blood. It's crazy. Like, hello, lady. Bless me with a good time. Okay, ma'am. You just depleted my resources. I need resources. Hey, stop moving. We're trying to just, like, you know, blood surge you. Thank you.
So much good I would have done.
Dankeschön. What is this? Well, that was the thing that gives me the thing, chat, okay? It was the tribute for unique items. Which did I get? I got a Deathless Visage with a chance for Bone Spear projectiles to cast twice, but it has a shitty multiplier. That being said, though, with the higher chance to cast twice, that's quite nice. And also 8 ranks to Bone Spear. Still, not good enough. Sadness. We got Bloodworm Breeches, but not a good one. Teleport out of this. Still not having the runes we're looking for. Any reason to clear the dungeon if you filled the bar in the Undercity? More XP. If you feel like it. Okay, so this is Blood Surge. Let's actually save this too. So now we have the 4 Necromancer builds, the Trinity. Okay, guys? We got the Blood Wave, the Trinity. Yeah, the Trinity. Quadruple. Blood Spear, Blood Wave, Minions, Surge. Now we're here, though, for the Spear, right? So let's put the Spear on. Let's put the Wave pieces away. Disenchant all the other stuff. Okay, back to Wave, because we, back to Spear, because we can put Spear into Torment 4. Where can I find the Blood Surge build? I have been using my planner from last season, but I altered it a little bit to have better success. So this is the last season's planner. I still need to rework that one, but we've pretty much just been using that. We'll tinker more with Surge. So this was just preliminary thrown together, okay? I wasn't planning today to make a very high functional Surge build. I literally just wanted to throw it together and just see what comes out of it. This game has a ton of content if you invest it into doing all builds, all classes. If you want to get to Torment 4 with every single class, you got cool content for a season. I mean, obviously, right now, if you know what you're doing, you can take a new character and in a matter of 10 to 15 hours end up in Torment 4. It is different to every class, like, and if you want to play, like, obviously S tier builds or not. But I mean, 6 classes, 10 to 15 hours, or let's say max an amount of 20 hours per class. Yeah. I mean, there is content. Wow, Urvar is doing a lot of damage. Holy moly, Urvar, Christ. Just double checking that I didn't accidentally change something. No, we're fine. Ah, I forgot I need to curse him. Oops. I literally forget that cursing is mandatory. Oh, what? That thing follows me? Urvar, I don't even want to fight you anymore. He's like weird. Ah, we wanted to also check, by the way. Here, I'm in 3. I haven't completed a Legion event. Oh, no. Sorry, Urvar. We are coming back to you in a minute. Spooky, it's okay if you're not enjoying it, but if you're just here to be negative, don't be here. What kind of weapon would you want to have? Sword. Sword. Right? What we need to do is, I think we're just going to farm down these now. Chad, these Tributes of Harmony. Does anyone else, like, Tributes of Harmony are shared, right? Does anyone else want to get some runes? Because if I'm already doing it, I might as well invite someone from the community to join us. And you're going to be Torment 4, though. When is the right time to go Torment 1? As soon as you're level 60. So the number 1 tip is you get level 60. Then you beat Pit 10. Go to Torment 1 and use your obols that you got during leveling to gamble for a weapon. And you should get one with an Ancestral Greater Affix. Yeah. That's usually what I do, and it works without a fail. It's just a very simple, replicable formula. Now, usually with 60, you are ready for Torment 1. And if you're not, then it's mainly like a build issue, I guess. Maybe you're just playing something that's underperforming this season. Maybe you're trying out a homebrew that just didn't really brew. I just don't have the expansion you're selling at Sever Minions with 56. The Sever build, Sever Minions does not need the expansion to excel. At least not until Torment. Three. Then you might need the expansion. Who do I get masterworking mats? Nightmare Dungeons, Undercity, and Infernal Hordes. My favorite way is Infernal Hordes because I just like doing them. Infernal Hordes is my favorite activity in the game. If I could only do Infernal Hordes, level in Infernal Hordes, and grind gear in Infernal Hordes, and just like from level 1 to level 16 Infernal Hordes, I would do it. Simply my favorite piece of content. By the way, Neil, do you have the rune that I need, that I can filch from you, you dirty animal? Making sure we can abuse Neil for profits. It sounds massively ironic. No, it's not. I mean, if you remember Season 5 has been the greatest season Diablo has had ever. I think everyone will single-heartedly agree But season 5 was just the best season. It was so much fun doing Infernal Hordes tier 1 to tier 8. That was also really challenging content, actually. Like, getting a build to clear tier 8 Infernal Horde was challenging. That was, by the way, the real kind of like difficulty, because you had Infernal Hordes compasses. They did scale. They did go up to tier 8, and actually clearing at tier 8, you had to push your build quite some to then be able to clear tier 8. No, like, make tier 4 harder. No things like that, right? Just actual compasses with different difficulties. I had so much fun. Yedigarazan. I hope I got that correct. Thank you for the brand new subscription and support. Just see you there, my friend. So that was cool. I miss it. I mean, it's a bit sad that, like, the compasses are now... If you're tier 4, they're tier 4 difficult and you can't make them harder. I think this is, like, what Diablo is missing. Individual harder content. Because right now my compasses are tier 4 hard, right? But they will never be harder than tier 4, even if I can kill them. Now, if you think about it, the core kills cast like yellow. No, I don't actually need the core kills skill. I need the one use resource, the one use core skill, or the one for use store offering. But if I get the one that also says use resource, then, I mean, I'm spamming resource, right? So that one would also work. It's the one that used to turn you into a ball of lightning. Oh, goodness Christ.
Thank you.
Conduit Shrine. What's the gameplay loop for the Bloodwave build? Do Bloodwave, walk in a circle, collect blood thingies, win. Okay, we have now done her to the absolute max level. By the way, that wasn't a joke with walk in a circle win. It's just literally what you do. We get our seasonal thing done. Oh, I got 3 and 4 done at the same time. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the chosen one. Sorry. What can I say? I got 4 done. Give me that. Okay, they only upgrade boss power to 18. I haven't done that one. Okay, what do I need to do here now? I need to upgrade to 20. Tormented Echo of Duriel. Summon within the Gaping Crevice. Yeah, sure, I can do that. Hunt down and defeat the following apparitions in Torment 2 or higher. Oh, that is bullshit. That's just like, that's trash. That's literally trash because you're forcing me to do apparitions in the end game. Like, why don't you just spit in my eye? Okay, let's get the Urn of Lies to really see how often he appears. Which one is next the one? Would you want the Ancestral Caches more likely? Grants a chance to earn an extra upgrade when improving glyphs. That one is actually pretty damn good. You have 100% chance to get another upgrade. Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Bullshit. The best unique to craft for your Bloodwave Necro, you want to have the pans for Bloodwave, the Kesame's Legacy. If you don't have those, you are screwed. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's see. Wait, let me teleport back to a location that has everything I need. Tree of Whispers. Uber uniques. For Bloodwave, chest. Chest. It's either Ear of Perdition or the Shroud of False Death. The Shroud of False Death, so POP. What do we have here? That one is good. That one is good too. That one is actually really good. It's not like a little good. It's like really good. I don't want the shield because the shield is sadly not good anymore. Get another focus. Thank you very much. Maximum resource. That one would be perfect if we're actually planning to play Bone Spirit. Okay, Shadow Resistance sucks. Lightning Resistance sucks. Chance to heal sucks. Okay, just spit me in the eye. Would you just please spit me in the eye? Because what the fuck was that? It's another Indira's Memory, but it's a worse one. I do need these upgraded. Like, it seems to be getting Casami's Legacy and Indira's Memory as a higher roll has been nothing but complicated. That's bad. That's bad. We got, that's bad. And we had them already. Yeah, these three were terrible. Great. Okay, let's check if I got Great Feast. Good point. Because I'm still waiting for the aspect of the Great Feast right now. Are you kidding me? I mean, I'm currently playing a goddamn conceited aspect on my weapon. Because I don't have anything better. This feels so bad. Like, why am I playing a conceited aspect on my weapon, chat? But I have, like, no other offensive aspect for the weapon. That's the problem. Everything else is like shit. It's like just thing I really want to use. Really stupid, and I don't like it. You get, you know? Yeah. Stupid. Nothing you really want to use. Don't like this. So what we are now doing is we're going to take the Bloody Bone Spear just to vibe with it. And we're going to take it into an Infernal Horde. As I said, the Infernal Hordes for Bloody Bone Spear should just feel horrible. But like we need to actually do it to confirm that it feels horrible. No, wait. I still don't have the rune. Shit. I need the resource rune, but isn't the resource rune is yellow, right? It says use X resource. These are all terrible. That reminds me to make my slot for runes. What's the name? I never remember the names. It's the yellow one that says use 5% of your resource and get offering for it. What is it called again? Would intercom aspect be good since you stand still while spamming Bone Spear? Yeah, but conceded is if I have Barrier, it's 50% more damage. Deacon. That's it. Done. So, it's just too simple to not use it, right? Isn't there a boss power that helps with resource management? Wait, I don't need resource management. Isn't there, like... That was more a Blood Surge thought. Okay, see, like, damage we're doing is plenty fine. But the problem here is, again, like, we need to stand in the middle, right? Do our bone prisons, and then... If you're not hit by a bone prison, we're, like, not kind of doing damage to you, so... Maybe if I just stand in one corner and just stay in this corner and just use the bone prison in front of me, is this going to work and feel good? What if I just stand in one corner and just wait for things to spawn in front of me? And if they then spawn in front of me, then I just put the prison on them and I win. Huh? Surely that's going to be like an absolute good feeling. Actually sad when Bloodwave, the very localized calamity might actually be better for clearing this than Bone Spear. Oh no, sir, could you please walk into this bone prison? Could you do me the immense favor of please walking in? Thank you. Cheat. Appreciate it. Exalted Masses here. Is this build main drawback having enemies inside the bone prison? You're playing an aspect that says enemies inside a bone prison are like your bone speeds are guaranteed to overpower if an enemy is inside a bone prison. If you then have a 100% crit chance, you're guaranteed to critical strike overpower every single time. I mean, it's insane. Like if you think about it, right? They just have to be inside the prison and I will critical strike overpower. That's pretty fucking good. Right? I mean, Bloodwave has to collect 15 blood or like 5 blood orbs to have their overpower always overpower. So if you're not collecting blood orbs, you're not getting the overpowers. I mean, the premise of the build is really there. But the problem is you can only have one bone prison. I guess it would be nice if we had something like Spell Cascade that Path of Exile has. The Path of Exile has this spell called Spell Cascade, which makes spells bonus cast to the left and the right of your actual spell. So you would pretty much cast 3 bone prisons, right? It'd be nice. Give me Spell Cascade support. I'd certainly like to see that. I gotta kill these guys before they just endlessly respawn Jeremiah, Dave, and Francis. Ah, summon Hellborn. Let's go. How can you level up with skeletons? Yes, you can get to level 60 and Torment 2 with skeletons. Really, really easy. I have done so. I have the video. I have the live stream. I have everything up for you. Check the YouTube. It has all the resources. Also, we'll have all the resources for every single class. I'm currently deciding if I want to do Barbarian or Rogue. What are you more interested in to see, guys? The problem is, I really like to do Barbarian because the leveling with Barbarian will be so fucking funny that I can, like, I can probably get the Barb in, like, 2 hours up to level 60 if everything goes the way I want it to go. But on the other hand, Rogue is currently busted, so I might as well do Rogue as it's busted right now to make people happy that they get a busted build. Because Rogue is, like, a little bit on the level of Bloodwave. You just need to get the Scoundrel's Leather and the Beastfall boots and you're good to go. They're the only prerequisites. Scoundrel's Leather, and you can play Death Trap. You just fire. Don't you think they'll fix the Rogue Death Trap? Well, so the Death Trap in itself isn't broken. There is just a bug with, like, that the Chinese are currently abusing for trillions of damage. Now, if you ignore that bug and pretty much just play the Death Trap as it's intended to be played with the actual Death Trap mechanic. So the actual Death Trap mechanic is using your Beastfall boots and your Scoundrel's Leather to turn Death Trap into a core skill, and then you are able to just spam cast Death Trap. So that's right now what you would like to do, and that is the actual mechanic. That there is a way to make Death Trap to do trillions of damage is obviously not intended, and we don't have to argue that that's not intended because it's simply not intended, right? GG. But yeah, if you don't actually abuse the mechanic of doing trillions of damage, then you are good to go to just enjoy Death Trap as a very strong build. Ah, see, the Chinese bug is already fixed. There you see. Oh, that was billions of damage, by the way. I just hit 2 billion hits, like 1 billion hits. And that's the big advantage of Bloody Spear, by the way. So I can hit, with the amount of attack speed I have, I can hit multiple billions of damage hits per second. Whereas you can't do that with Bloodwave, because Bloodwave can only be 1 Bloodwave cast, and then that's about it, right? I can't cast more Bloodwave. So the Bone Spear has a potential way bigger damage ceiling. How do I keep resources up to the Death Trap build? Well, so the way you keep resources up with the Death Trap build is you use the Aftermath passive skill to create a resource when you cast Ultimate. Then you also use the Beastfall boots to get resource back when you cast Ultimate skill. Then you're gonna make your Death Trap a core skill with a Scoundrel's Leather, and then you're gonna use enough resource generation to, or energy generation, resource generation, to then when you cast your skill to instantly get 150 energy back. And that's the whole trick. You need to hit like certain item goals, but not too hard. But we'll probably make the Deathtrap build in the coming days, so I can explain everything. Okay, let's see how much boss HP he has. Because I was fearing like that this dude might be too sturdy. Nah, it's not. Gotta say, I was expecting Blood Spear to feel much worse. It doesn't feel good. I mean, I'm not sure what like how it looks for you, right? It doesn't feel too good to play it in Infernal Horde. But it's also not bad. Like, obviously, Blood Surge feels better. Spirit Wave feels better, but Spirit Wave nerfed. I guess Bone Spirit would feel worse. Summon Lords. Okay, more Lords, chat. Let's go. Blizzard Sork, it's a really funny build. Yes, Blizzard Sork finally feels strong. My only issue is that Lightning Spear is, again, the top endgame build, and Lightning Spear is just really boring to play. Well, I mean, what means really boring to play? Lightning Spear is just fucking bonkers broken. Have you actually played Lightning Spear? Like, how stupid that is? You're pretty much like, like, there was a season where Lightning Spear, you just stand in the middle of the Infernal Horde, and that's it. Like literally in the middle of the Infernal Horde, and you don't move. Okay, so just stand in the middle and then just spam Lightning Spear and maybe teleport left and right. And then everything just dies around you. And that's it. Gameplay loop, standing in the middle, spamming your cooldowns, donezo. The only movement you do is occasional teleports. Okay, note to myself, play Bloodwave for any content but Pit and Tormented bosses, and play Blood Spear for Tormented bosses and the Pit. That's right now the conclusion I have come to, chat. I think this is pretty evident, right? I do also believe we gotta get to the point where it's normal to play multiple builds. I don't know, are you using multiple builds or are you a one build person? Now's your time to chime in. I'd like to know. I've been using multiple builds now for the past 2 seasons, as it has become just evident that it's more optimal to do that. We have the armory. It is very easy to use the armory. So I really have gotten to the point where I just use like the build for the content that it fits. One and done. Okay, I can see that. I guess it's still like the use case of just wanting a build that does everything perfectly. Right? Like, why bother making multiple builds if you can come up with one build that does everything perfect? The 3 to 50, I mean, like, we're not talking about different chars. We're actually talking about different builds on the same character. So you have, like, the right build for the right job. Because right now there's just really good builds, or there are builds that are just really good at killing bosses, right? And then there are builds that are good at farming the Infernal Hordes. And then there are builds that are good at doing the overworld, like Infernal Hordes and so on. And due to the armory, you're just, like, really able to swap between them easy. Do you save builds like in Season 3? Yes, you can save builds like in Season 3. You go to the armory, you press save, and then your Paragon board, your skill tree, and everything is being saved. And then when you feel like you want to play something else, you just press the button in the armory and just choose your other build, and then you just swabbity doodle around with them. Really convenient. Making conditional builds? Well, it's not really about making conditional builds. It's just that some builds are inherently conditional, right? The builds are just better killing bosses. Some builds just require your enemies to survive long enough to give you cooldown reduction. It's not necessarily about making these conditional builds, just like they just turn out to be conditional. I wonder how much ether we end up with, but sadly our ether count is broken. So in case you wonder why it's not showing how much ether we have, it's because I have so much that I broke this system, and the system is not inherently broken, obviously. So like we're just that good at the game, chat, obviously. Oh, we're already at the bosses. Cool. What do you think of the season so far, Fufu? It's nothing special, yet the boss powers are fun, and I really want to get them leveled up because I want to try if my Belial I-Beam build would still work. So that was cool. I'm a bit sad that they nerfed the powers at the start of the season, because for me, my main goal was to make builds that pretty much work alone because of boss powers, right? So I wanted to do an Avarice build. I wanted to do that Ashava build, Belial's I-Beam build, Grigoire's Lightning Square build, right? I mean, it's the season of boss powers, so let me just make fucking borrowed power builds, right? I don't want to make a Bloodwave build. I want to make a build that uses Bloodwave, but actually it is an I-Beam build. That was what I wanted to do. Then the game was like, nope. It's cool that you want to do this, but we don't want you to do this. We hate you. How much up to sight was that? Awesome. So you're saying I've been playing on Dance of Knives leveling build because I didn't understand Death Trap. It's okay to play Dance of Knives leveling. Death Trap is for endgame. It's not for leveling. Crown of Lucian. Might need that in the long run. I want to do a beam on auto attack. Does auto attack affect the rate of damage on the beam? I don't know. Lethal dose. I have not messed around with the beam. I wanted to do the I beam, that is the potion beam, so I didn't want to do the which one was the other beam? The Wandering Death beam. So I meant the I beam, and the I beam was like drink a potion and then beam it out. Sadly, they nerfed the damage of it. It's still good. It's just not OP anymore. Because you used to be able to drink a beam and do Torment 4. I know it sounds crazy, but just drink a potion and you did Torment 4. Done. I guess it could still be crazy for leveling. I mean, if you make a brand... Wait, let's... Just for a second. Or make a brand new character, chat. Let's say a barbarian. Okay. This is... And we go into just a harder difficulty because I need to try something. Like, yeah, I need to see. So what if I take the eye power here? And I give it some level ups. Some. Okay. Then we increase our enemies take more damage over time. Okay. We would do... I hope this is okay for you, by the way, that we do other stuff, chat, because I just like to have fun. What can I say? Activating your main best power inflicts corruption, so that would work. And then we would also take the poison damage, I guess. And now we would not even put a single skill point into anything. Okay. Here we just do lunging strikes for a second and... Here, more max life. That's it. So nothing. And then you would just walk. Then we would swap over to expert, and we would teleport into a hell tide. So I just need to see how much damage the potion does. Can I get the Blood Spear Planner, please? The Blood Spear Planner is already on my Mobalytics. It is called the Necro Hub. That is where everything is related to minions, Blood Spear, and Blood Wave. Everything together in one single thing. So now, if you drink a potion, we do the eye beam. Ah! 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 Okay, wait, let's swap over to Penitent difficulty and see if we can do that. See, that's a fun leveling build, isn't it, Chan? Like, I don't even have to put a skill point into anything. I mean, sure, I could probably put some skill points that I don't die. Like the basic plan would be to increase your damage. So let's say I get Berserking, for example, or you would say you deal increased damage to close enemies. See? So I would have to put the points in here for bonus movement speed to move faster. Then we would have the shout that gives us more damage, but then we would do more damage against close enemies, right? And increase our whatever damage that you can actually just do more damage with the boss power. You would obviously have to also try to get a better weapon because, well, that's the thing. The boss power does scale with the damage of your weapons. So if you now pick up better weapons, you should also do more damage, I assume. Because, like, right, we need to scale that. So this is Penitent now. Ah, shit, guys. Ah, shit. It's working. You can pretty much just waltz into Penitent difficulty. Cool. It's funny because this will work with no matter what character you're doing, right? Oh no, a bunch of elites. What are we gonna do? We could call this boring, but I'll be honest with you, Chad. I find this hilarious. And this is not even the fully upgraded power, right? Like, how many ranks did we put into the power? So I could put 4 ranks into this. 4. It's already enough to do this. The only thing you have to deal with is that your power is activated by drinking potions, so I can't drink more potions, right? I can only drink a potion every 8 seconds. It's the best build for a fresh 60 Necro Blood Wave if you have the pants. Otherwise, you play minions until you have Blood Wave. Look, Mom! No hands! Would you level like this, Chad? Wonder how much damage this is doing now. You can't. No. You still need to drink potions. Come on, this is not AFK leveling. I have to drink potions. And keep in mind, so the I-beam was actually nerfed. Okay. This is funny. I like it. So the I-beam used to be stronger than this. It heavily nerfed. I know, robbery. How dare they? Okay, this is everything I wanted. Are we going to level my next character like this? Ooh, that was not what we wanted to do, though. I just wanted to figure it out. Make it with a rogue, so can you keep using it? A different ability, geek. So what you could also do, wait, let's actually go back to the character. So like you're talking about the wrong ability. So you have two choices. You could do what I did there with the I-beam, right? Alternative, you can go for... Let's kill everything around me for a second. So like there's multiple options. Alternative, you go for Ashavas. So you take any ability that does damage over time, and then you use Ashavas Poison Breath. So that means now I could go for my Whirlwind into Whirlwind Does Bleeding. Okay. So this would now have me go around, but I need actually Spirit for it, a Fury for it. And then if I do this, like if I do a Whirlwind and they bleed, then I would do the Ashavas, technically. I say technically because it doesn't seem to have the bleeding or apply the bleeding right now. It seemed to bleed. Okay, good. Or does it bleed? Oh, I don't have a slashing weapon. Fantastic. Yeah, slashing weapon. I don't have a, like, I'm not using a slashing weapon. So here, dual wield. Slashing weapon. There we go. Good, now we have a slashing weapon. So then we use Ashavas Poison Breath. See, and this is also doing tons of damage. The problem with the Ashavas Poison Breath is, well, the advantage is this one is not bound to my potion. It's just the internal cooldown of the Ashavas, right? As long as there's something with damage over time, like tons of damage, right? Cool too. So that's also nice, but you need to kind of like whirlwind, and then you need to wait for the poison breath. So I'm not sure which one you prefer. Right, so this is also an option, but there's another option. Okay, so this is not it. We're not done, chat. There's another option. So what you could do is you could also use the lunging strike, which is actually a mobility skill. Okay, wait, let's kill all of these. You could use a lunging strike, which is a mobility skill, and then you use this with the faster weapons, the dual wield weapons. And instead of the Ashavas breath, you would play... Casting a basic skill applies sparking damage. And you would, or you would take, using a mobility skill, burns close enemies. But that one has a worse scaling than the other one. Because this one has like the scaling is really low. So you could use basic skill, and then you would pretty much just basic skill into things, right? And just have them take the damage. But at the same time, you would still have the power that says activating boss power inflicts corruption to nearby enemies, and activating boss powers like any more damage over time. Because now you're going in to get the sparking damage on, but at the same time you're pretty much doing damage over time around you, right? Because you're activating your boss power with every basic skill cast. I don't know, right? Which one you prefer? All of these are options. Like, see, like we're not doing damage with our ability. This is just the boss powers, and they're just low level. Probably like the I-beam more because the I-beam is just walk around, press I-beam button, everything dies, right? So, but you have options, and I think that's cool. Use the Lord Zur blood pools. Wait, I can check that out too. Good point. Thank you. We're going back in. If I didn't just crash the game. Okay, you're saying the Lord Zur blood pools. Lord Zur. After you damage an enemy, spawn a pool of blood. I'm not doing really much damage right now. I have to upgrade it significantly to make it work. For the normal opponents, it works. Like the other was doing more damage. Like the problem with the Lord Zur blood pool is it only does damage to the guy inside the blood pool. So the other powers were doing damage to like surrounding enemies. And that was just a wider net. Right? So the blood pool is not bad, but I don't feel like I like that enough to make it work. Like it's sure if I fully upgrade it, but like the others are doing better. But funny though, like it's another option. I mean, the Belial's I-beam was definitely just doing more damage because again, you just do this, right? And then you just keep walking. I like the one where we just kept like walking and everything just dies, and we can just keep zooming. I just like the I-beam. The cutie. And I just gotta decide which one I fully want to level up though, because this is obviously would just like determine like how easy peasy leveling is going to be. And I need to see like which one universally works the best on every class, right? So the Lord Zer's I-beam has obviously the advantage. It doesn't need you to attack, right? It doesn't need you to do anything. Like I just used my potion. Disadvantage is Lord Zer's Belial's I-beam. The disadvantage is that it's limited in scope, because you kind of bound to the potion. So I might level up the Zur power. I guess. Grex will be good on the Sork. The problem with Grex is that you need to cast a core skill. And during leveling, you cannot cast a core skill. Unlimited, right? There's always going to be some resource issue at a point where you have to fall back to a basic skill. That's why usually the assumption would be that a boss power that casts a basic skill just works better because you just cast a basic skill, right? I mean, maybe on Incinerate, but I don't know how channeling works. So then I guess the... Sorry. The Wandering Death Chest Beam should be probably better for Incinerate, right? I mean, if you have a... Oh, we'll go back, chat. We'll go back to the Necro in a second. Let me just do some stupid things. Name is invalid length. Oh, sorry. Incinerate. Okay, what do we have here? Oh, check here. Oh, I'm at 3% battery. Living on the edge. So if you take whatever, and then you take Incinerate. And that's it. I'm just randomly taking here. Good. Done. We're happy now. So I take the Incinerate on the Sork on right click, and then you're going to take the boss power called the Wandering Death I-beam, right? And that's kind of it for now, for the time being, I guess. I mean, bonus movement speed, and you do bonus attack speed, I guess. Because attack speed should scale the stuff, maybe? Okay, and then we go there. And how does it look with Incinerate? We should just laser beam everyone, right? Is there a specific reason why Necro is so slow in movement speed that I know? No, the developers thought that a Necro should just be slow movement speed. Ta-da. That's it. Jaywalker, welcome back, brother. Thank you for your ongoing support. Jaywalker, very good to see you there, buddy. So, like, you get the double beams here right now. Isn't the double beams just straight OP? Wait, let me swap to Penitent difficulty. My Paragon level is 144 because I have my Paragon level 144 already. Paragon is shared between all of them. In case you didn't know. Probably. Think of the 63 months, my friend. I guess any class that has a channel skill profits definitely from the I-beam power, as the I-beam power just seems to the beam power just seems a bit broken in that regard. Ramon, I'm happy I can help you with your builds. That's what I'm there for. And so, like, this is Penitent difficulty, chat. And you're just broken. Okay, nice. And that's probably with a level 1 I-beam power. The Penitent is obviously the difficulty where everything has like a billion too much HP. But due to this... Oh, I don't even have it leveled up a single time, guys. So that's with the level 1 Wandering Chest Beam. Not even leveled up. It's really nice. The problem is, what are you gonna... Like, do you have other classes that channel as well that can use this? What about Grigoire's power? Well, my problem with Grigoire's power was, as I said, you need to actually cast the core skill, but we're doing that too with the channel skill right now. Actually, 8 out of 20, you're correct. I have no reading comprehension. Grigoire's power. Sorry. You do this. I guess it's also like it's on impact, so you gotta make sure to get the impact. Probably choose like a very low cost. I mean, like the advantage here is that you can use a very low cost skill. Like here, the initial incinerate is just it costs mana per second, right? I just do the absolute initial cost and we just get the mana back. But also it doesn't seem to always hit everyone. Like the hit detection seems weird because it's like hitting, but it's not hitting. Right? Like, it's a bit weird. See, like, and with this one, obviously, you would. It also does have an internal cooldown. So, like, see, even if I spam my ability, you don't get more because there's an internal cooldown. So the power has the problem of no internal cooldown. Of the internal cooldown. They all have internal cooldowns, pretty much. So the I-beam is good because it always works. Like, it's just damage per second. So it definitely triggers every second. Chavez is still insane. Orivar slot bombs is not good for leveling. Every 1 second, attach a leeching beam to close enemy. I mean, this one is probably, like, simple because you just run around and the leeching beam should attach, right? But it's only one target, so that's the problem. I'm sure it still should work, like with the activation boss power kills everyone around you. But then activation boss power does here. No, where was it? That's it. So like you would. Feels a bit lackluster, doesn't it? Grace doesn't have cooldown. You're just using it wrong. Are you sure? I thought Grace had an internal cooldown of 0 point something something. And we can just do Fireball now and see how Grace feels with Fireball then. Right? Bring me to the problem of running out of mana though. So sure, I could use it with Fireball, but it would make me run out of mana. Or I can definitely spam the Incinerate. I'd have to take like a lower cost skill. Or are all these skills not lower cost? Probably. Just cleared a 65 on Blight Necro. That's pretty good though. 65 on Blight Necro is appreciated. Oh, we're talking about leveling though, Neil, right now. So we're not talking about Greeks in general in the end game, I guess. I'm just like checking things out for leveling right now, as I just wanted to know. When you cast a skill, attacks enemies with a wave of spikes. How good is Lilith Winds of Hade? I guess that one could also be good. I might, you know, just do that. Kind of nice. His only downside is that it's localized. Oh, that's funny. So which one have we liked the most so far? I guess this one could be used by everything because it is what do I want to say? It also says like it says whenever you use a skill. So it doesn't actually rely on your core skill, right? I could just use this with this one definitely has a longer internal cooldown though. This is range for days. Perfect. That works as well. But it's already level 12 and it's not doing the equivalent damage of some of the others. Right? It's 280. Fun. Okay, let's go back to the Necromancer chat. I'll definitely be having to do a video on leveling powers because it's kind of like intriguing to figure out which is the best. But let's go back to our Necromancer and do some more Bloody Bone Spear and try to get that goddamn rune, chat. We have done how many now? 8 Undercities, and we're still not having the rune we want. On top that, I don't actually want to do 8 Undercities because the Undercity gives you barely any experience. I missed the Everest explosive ore as well. Wait, is the Everest still like scaling so hard? So we need to do Everest, like we need to check if this is the Everest quickly, that we have to do him later. Does anyone know which one is it going to be? Animal weight nerds. This is... Wait, that is Avarice. Wait, that is Avarice. No, Wandering Death. But where's the soul? Usually this arena is Everith arena, but it says Wandering Death. I'm sad. I don't want to do the Wandering Death. Okay, so then we're gonna go quickly AFK, Chad. We're gonna kill Grigoire in a second because we actually need the whisper from him. I'm grabbing a drink from upstairs, so I'll be right there. I spam 10 Undercities and get shit runes every time. I mean, you could technically reforge runes, but that also feels bad. So back to our blood shenanigans now. This is the Bloody Bone Spear if you just joined. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. The best, highest damaging Necro build. And it will damage higher than Blood Wave. The... ow. The big advantage of the Bone Spear over the Blood Wave is that you just have more attacks. Okay? You just simply have more attacks. Oops, I'm just too slow. So I don't have to wait for a Blood Wave to be over. I can just throw more spears, which is just very good in general. I think my brain is not braining right now. Oh, I forget to curse him. Sorry, Chad. Beginner mistake. Oops. No. Oops. I'm not sure why you're one-hitting me right now. Oh, I forgot to drink my potion. I am sure why he's one-hitting me. I forgot to drink my potion for more HP. That prevents the one hit. Welcome to Torment 4, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Torment 4. Welcome to Torment 4. So every Bone Spear is essentially dealing hundreds of millions of damage, if not billions of damage. Billions is actually possible. Is Blood Bone Spear from an aspect? No. So you have Adira's Memory, which says Blood Wave is additionally a Bone skill, and Bone Spear is additionally a Blood skill. That consumes a corpse to launch a Bone Spear from it, draining 10% of your maximum life on hit. Okay? So you now have the skill be a skill and the other skill be another skill, right? And you're also in need of that because now your Bone Spear is core, bone, and blood. That means that it profits from every core, bone, and blood thing. And if you're now playing the key passive, that says you deal 120% increased overpower damage, and my blood skills overpower every 15 seconds, which is kind of cool, right? And you get the Bone Spear is guaranteed to overpower enemies within Bone Prison. Then we have a skill that always overpowers. And over the Paragon board also gets 100% increased overpower damage. After overpowering, you deal 25% increased blood skill damage. Cool. So, yay! That reminds me, though, that we needed to summon Duriel. Thank you, chat, for telling me. I forgot that we, the whole time, wanted to summon Duriel. Because there is a seasonal thingy for it. So Blood Bone Spear has a few prerequisites to work. You want the aspect. You want the hands. And optimally, you want the helmet. Not hard to put these pieces together, but you kind of need it. Oh, and you want the Path of Trag'Oul boots. Because without the Path of Trag'Oul, your Bone Prison is this big. That means all enemies inside this Bone Prison are getting guaranteed overpower now. With the Path of Trag'Oul boots, your Bone Prison is this big. And every enemy inside this Bone Prison gets overpowered. Which kind of makes it that you actually need the Path of Trag'Oul, right? I mean, tell me that you can do it without. Look me in the eye and be like, I don't need the boots. I'm better than this. You're not. Wow, what the holy poison damage. I haven't actually fought Duriel since the reworks much. I think I did it one single time for what's it called again? For shits and giggles. The boss power. I can't even stand AFK versus him, so I need to like go around here. Oh, this is tedium. Okay, Duriel comes in the middle, doesn't he? I think you also always have to do like the 3 phases of him now, so there's like no way where you just like do 1 phase on Duriel. You have to like do phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Because he just had certain like life goals just goes there. This feels like a Path of Exile 2 boss fight. Just without it being funnier, just more tedious. Oh no! He killed me! This feels like a boss should be. This feels like a boss should be. The problem is, Piotr, or I think the main issue right now is that even if you have a character with like 20,000 life, 1,000 armor, and all your resistance is resistancing, that bosses just hit you with some weird one-hits still. And you're asking yourself, what, like, so obviously I don't have 20,000 life yet, right? But you're just like, there's some really weird levels of one-hits in Torment 4. Where like, it's cool that you're trying to make me play through the mechanics, right? But if I just get hit by weird run hits, what do I like? What gives? You know, what gives? Right, I'm trying to have fun here and not like be then just randomly excluded from my bounty because I just get weirdly one hit. See, right now I couldn't actually do more damage. That's probably my main complaint. So I was doing more damage. I was doing the damage to kill him. But I couldn't do more damage because he just stops taking it. They did the same to Uber Lilith. So technically you could nuke Uber Lilith past her phases. Okay? But they decided that this season they would introduce an artificial damage cap. That if you bring her to phase X, then that's it. You can't damage her past that amount of damage that she's taking there. Okay, she literally chunks down. So I was doing billions of damage to her, and you see her life bar chunking down, but at the same time she's getting healed up by the world. So the game is like, no, we don't want you to kill her early, right? We don't want you to skip her mechanic. We really want you to play the mechanic. So instead of making the bosses, like improving the bosses, actually, their solution was the same bad solution as Path of Exile 2 had. Right? You should try Lilith. I have beaten Lilith already on Torment 1. I can show you. Wait. Let's finish this and then I'll show you Lilith so you just understand. It's so weird. But it's actually the same thing that Path of Exile 2 has done. Like, you would think, hey, different developers, different games, they can't surely have the same ideas. They did. I mean, Path of Exile 2 was like, hey, we're going to force you to play boss mechanics. Because we really want you to actually do our boss mechanics. And the only way we can think about is to just force you to do them. So we're going to prevent bosses from just losing HP. See, he's taking damage. Like, he took... he took a couple of billion in that time, but he didn't. Now, this would probably feel better as a Bloodwave build, as I don't have to stand still to throw my bone spears. So right now I like do have to stand still to throw my bone spears. And there he's gone again. I am stunned by something. I don't actually know what stunned me. Like, I don't know how you got me there. Like, see, I did actually not see him getting me there, right? So we're dead. Let's go to Lilith to show you what we're talking about with the bonus HP. I do think I should do enough damage. It would be probably easier to show you on Torment 1 because I might not do, like, enough damage in Torment 4 versus her to show you. Like, the actual healing she gets. Looks like Destiny bullshit where bosses have 3 phases. I don't mind bosses with phases. It just feels sad that you have the damage to kill the boss, but the game is like you are not allowed to do it. And that's just the sad part. Like, I'm already better, right? But even if you do 1 trillion damage, you still have to go through the motions of the ocean. That's Lilith. Yeah, we have to do her in Torment 1 to show you. Because she has a lot of HP in Torment 4. Yeah, we're gonna have to do this in Torment 1 to show you, really. So you see the HP thingy. Give me a second. Now you're gonna say you wouldn't have this damage in Torment 1? That's not true, you do. For visuality's sake, let's save this under Blood Spear. Yep. Clear the inventory. Go back to Bloodwave for a minute. Swap over to... I think Torment 2 should do. Mm-hmm. Back to Lilith. Brig Zero Varshan Beast Urivar, for example, can be one-shot. Yes. So the standard layer bosses can be one-shot. The Harbinger of Hatred, for example, is the worst boss ever. It's so cool. It's a very cool boss fight, but you're not farming this. Blood Spear isn't as good because of the Shadow nerf to Death's Visage. Is that true? Nope. It's plenty good, Josh. I mean, it would have been even stronger without that Shadow nerf. Even stronger. And it is already plenty strong. Okay, so watch the life bar, ladies and gentlemen. Just so you understand. So we're doing this damage, and now that's it. I cannot damage her further. Watch this. Okay, watch her life bar. That's it. Next phase. Okay. See? She should be dead. Next phase. Now I can kill her, right? Armenia is good this season. Can you push bosses or pit with them? Torment 2, yes. Afterwards, you need very specific gear to go further. And you do her again, right? This is her next phase. And we do... That's it. Can't do more damage. All the damage I can do right now. Can still not do more damage. You're gonna pretty much now run the things that you have to run anyways, right? Now I can do damage again. That's it. I can't do more. I mean, for her boss fight, the artificial damage caps actually make sense because they were introduced because she's just bugged as fuck, right? She's one of the most bugged bosses in the world, and if you do skip her phases, it just breaks the game. So in her case, it made sense to introduce these. Because otherwise, you might end up in a boss fight where you just, like, where she just does things that make no sense. That's the fight, right? Sigh. This might be the worst boss of the franchise. She's actually a very fun boss to kill once. So as an aspirational challenge, as a pinnacle challenge, she's kind of fun to kill. And I do believe that her difficulty is warranted. It just feels a bit sad, as I say, that I have the damage to trounce her. But the game is like, no, sir. We want you to go through the one-shots because reasons. Now to the question of your bloody bone spear back again. The one issue with bone spear is you actually have to stand still to use them. So if I play blood wave, for example, I do my blood wave and then I just run in a circle. And then I do my blood wave and I run in a circle. And then I do my blood wave and run in a circle, right? So my damage happens the moment I press the button. And I don't have to do anything anymore, right? I'll just do this, do the circle, collect the things and move on. But I don't have to keep standing anywhere. I don't have to like bide my time, right? I just do that and then I just move. Now with Blood Spear, to really unfold the full potential of Blood Spear, you put down your prison, then you stand still, and then you hold down your Bone Spear button to do as much possible damage, right? To like absolutely manhandle your opponents. And obviously, while you're standing still, you can get hit by things. Like you can pretty much not get hit with a Blood Wave gameplay because like you're just zooming around. Right? I'm just zooted. Does Duriel more likely drop runes? I'm still looking for runes. Now we get this one done. Ta-da. I still need to reach rank 12, collect Spectral Ash, then upgrade boss powers to 24 of them. Lesai. If I want to have that Ash. Still on tier 2. Oh, this was intended to be on tier 2. Because I just needed to kill him on tier 2. When you might notice how we're not just killing tier 4 bosses, and that's because it's tedious. I go into tier 3 and I just one-shot bosses, and tier 4 gives me 1 item more. The difference between a tier 3 and a tier 4 boss is 1 item more. That's it. Or 2? 1 or 2 items more. That's it. But the difference also between these bosses is tedious or not tedious. You used to speed farm pit 80 with chain lightning sword. Now I can barely do pit 70. Pit 70 is insane. Ocarina, what the fuck? I don't know what you're talking. Pit 70 is insane, sir. You're killing it. I'm not trying to butter you up, okay? Listen, but you're killing it. You have to understand, in case you missed this, for the people that actually missed this because they haven't, like, they're new or they're just back. Doing high pits will not happen. I mean, right now, so we made a video. In case you haven't seen the video, guys, we made a video about the best builds that are so far out there. You should watch it, okay? Here, meta update. Now, let's look into the pit leaderboard, okay? Pit leaderboard is obviously still. People don't have ultra equipment, still. This is the best barbarian right now, doing a tier 90 pit. And the best barbarian on the tier 90 pit, at least in the pit leaderboard, he shows his gear, okay? Let's wait for the ad to be over. Sorry, no ad blocker. So waiting. You have a level guide? Yes, sir. Everything is available on the YouTube. So, look at his gear. Hit 90. 12 times masterwork, 12 times masterwork, 12 times, 12 times, 8 times 12, 8, 12, 12, 8, mythic, 12, 12. Okay, that's the masterwork right now. He does have 18,000 life. He does have the 100% crit chance with a 900 and overpower damage, right? So that's like, and he's playing like obviously here the standard earthquake barb, like with hundreds of billions of damage, right? And he could do a pit 90, barely. With that gear. So if you're saying, hey, I can't do, like, I can, for example, take my Bloody Bone Spear right now, okay? Bloody Bone Spear, I'm still missing the aspect of the Great Feast, so we're actually missing one aspect to do maximum damage. I can check if I got it. Codex of Powers now. Great Feast, great. Aspect of the Great Feast, we have it now, so I can put it on here. Then we can repair my gear. So my gear is 4 times masterwork. Some pieces of are 8 times, so nothing too special, right? I have standard slapperdoodled gear, and I can go into Grigoire right now, and I could probably do a pit 70, probably. Are you doing other classes? I'm going to cover every single class. I do that every season. I like that. So that's pit 70. I could do pit 70 with Blood Wave right now. Like we're doing good damage, as you can see. Like we murk them, right? But I'm already doing hundreds of millions of damage, so up to billions of damage actually, and I'm able to do this, right? But if you're not doing billions of damage, you're obviously not able to do this. So you need a build that preferably overpowers and does billions of damage. Because otherwise, you're not going to be able to do the pit. Right? Deeper. So if you feel like, man, I seem to not be able to get deeper, but last season I could do pit 100, don't worry. In order to do pit 100, you need trillions of damage. I mean, if you're not doing 20, 30, 40, 50 billion with almost every second hit, then you might as well forget existing, because your existence doesn't matter. Okay? That's the reality we have right now. This is what the pit is. Hundreds of millions or bust. Don't find a way to do 1 trillion damage, you might as well just not bother about, like, diving into the pit. So, like, generally, my general advice is, like, don't even try to get your glyphs level 100 this season, because there's no need to. I don't also anticipate this level of difficulty to stay, because it's just making the game less exciting to play. Like, nothing about this has just made the game more fun. Nothing about the changes to Torment 4 was like, yay. The game, don't get me wrong, but I'm not enjoying it more. You know? Like, you would assume that now, due to the changes and due to them making the game more challenging, quotation mark, like, we're enjoying the game more, right? And the game is now better and more exciting to play. But it's not. It might just be me. Might just, like, you know, maybe it's just me. But I'm generally in the ballpark of this update really missed the mark in terms of what they were trying to achieve with the difficulty. Okay, so I'm like literally trying to kill this guy here right now, and I'm unable to because I need to hit them like inside my bone prison. But his stupid dome is just preventing me from doing that. Great. I've already with the Summoner build in the pit. I just did a Torment 2 with a Summoner build, and then I dumped it. Because you do need the Zan Rune to make Summoner feel really good. And you're not going to have the Zan Rune at the start of Torment 1. You might not even have the Zan Rune in Torment 4 unless you get like lucky to actually get it. Might have developed a new hatred for people inside a dome. Is Spiritborn the worst class of Season 8? Spiritborn has pretty much been the worst class since they fixed it. Which is kind of funny because obviously in Season 6, Spiritborn was this absolutely mental, like super build that was completely overwhelming everything due to bugs. And then it was like, okay, we're gonna fix all the scaling bugs now. Ah, shit, it's class kind of bad. I mean, obviously, a lot of things on Spiritborn don't simply work as they're supposed to work too. So a lot of the scalings and a lot of the interactions are not interacting. I guess welcome to the problem that almost every class has in the game, where even 2 years later, things are not really working. And yet the game is still fun to play. I mean, I sound like I'm complaining a lot, right, chat? But these are just the facts, okay? But all these facts are still not making me not enjoy the game. Is the PoE 2 loot update good? I have seen mixed reviews right now. I think a lot of people are just frustrated, so they're not even giving it a fair chance, if I'm honest with you. I have not personally tried it yet, so I cannot give you, like, a personal evaluation. I do believe the changes are good changes, but they will not magically make you like the game more. So this is like the same thing as in Diablo. So these changes are definitely improving the game, but they're not fundamentally making the game more fun. So if you didn't have fun, like some loot changes, or if you didn't like the system the game has to offer right now, right? More boss powers, more loot, or anything in that direction won't magically make you like the game. Okay? Right, if you're not a fan of the core concept, same goes for Diablo as for PoE as for other ARPG, then no matter what they are actually changing, no matter what they're buffing, nerfing, build making better or not, as long as you're not a fan of the core concept, like we're in trouble. And I like the core concept of Diablo. Get to 60, get to Torment 4, farm up your character. Be able to absolutely obliterate Torment 4, then be done. Or if you feel rowdy, you obviously push deeper into the pit, which is really not rewarding, but each to their own, I guess. So yeah, this is a pit 70, by the way. I do billions of damage already, and I can do the pit 70 in 8 minutes here right now. Guess that's fine. Try to create a Spiritborn build with Poison Rush Claw, but the cooldowns are and the scaling are terrible. In theory, it should do damage, but it doesn't. There is also things that are not working correctly. So some of the scaling stuff is not scaling as it should. So it might not be necessarily your fault. Might also be that it's things are like that you're trying something that just right now doesn't work. Yeah. It might not be a you thing. You know what I wonder the most? If they actually are going to ever, like, fix the overpower problematic. Because right now a build is only OP if it's overpowering. That's what it is. Which makes you wonder if they're ever going to do something about that. But the problem is, if they ever do something about that, what's left? Because if we don't have overpower right now, okay? The critical strike is not enough. So without overpower, this build here would do a quarter of its damage, a fraction. It would certainly not be able to do tier 70 dungeon. It might actually not even be able to. It might not even be able to like go to Torment 4, even Torment 2, right? It certainly couldn't do billions of damage. So if they ever fix the overpower or make it less overpowered, what then? What do we have left? Would you recommend Bloodwave or your current build to go for a new Necromancer? I would probably recommend going for Bloodwave because you have more fun in all the activities. This build is really good for bossing in Torment 4, so I gotta say that, like, right now my Bloodwave with the current level of equipment I have and the current amount of Paragon points does not necessarily struggle with Torment 4 bosses. I can kill them all, but it takes a while. Whereas with the Bloody Spear, you just do it faster. Let's see how much HP a boss has. Like we're doing good damage, hundreds of millions of hits. Need to obviously have our curse up, need to have our prison up. There was a billion damage bone spear. Then, like, you cannot compare this obviously to a blood wave because a blood wave does its damage 1, 2, 3 claps, right? And throwing all these spears just does so much more damage. We gotta focus with maximum resource, and we gotta focus with critical strike chance and resource. Cool. I still lack the topaz to upgrade this. Good. Are those thunders from boss power? Yep. Why does it cost materials for the reward after beating a boss? I just beat Varshan and it said I need 12 hearts for the chest. That's very simple, sir, because right now you're not getting loot for killing the boss. You get loot for opening the chest, but you can summon them for free. That's why you need the materials to get the loot, because you might have missed it, but you can actually summon them for free. I use Lucky Hit Chance to create Essence, yes. So we have here up to a 15% chance to create Essence, up to a 15% to create Essence, and also, yeah, that's it. So just these two to make Essence, and since Bone Spear has a very high Lucky Hit Chance by nature, you're good off. Is there a way to get the needed blood pants for blood wave while on a spirit born without trading? Yes. But the method is unreliable. If you want to get the blood pants on a spirit born, you go to the Undercity with a tribute. And then you put the tribute in, optional, and you say chaotic uniques. Chaotic uniques means that at the end, when you open the chest in the Undercity, you get uniques from all the other classes. That's unreliable at best. What I would advise you to do is very simple. You make a Necromancer, level him to level 60, and then you take your obolds that you farmed on your Spiritborn, and with these obolds, you're then trying to get yourself the pants. Since they buffed the obol vendor again, this should be relatively easy possible. You're nowadays getting very many uniques. Oh, we're still in Torment 2. Why are we still in Torment 2? It doesn't matter. It's actually better for the Undercity run. Yeah. So Undercity does give the same rewards in Torment 2 as it gives in Torment 4. Just saying. Just so you're aware. So it's actually way smarter to do this in Torment 1 because you're just going to do it faster. Well, we don't do this for XP anyways because the XP is really minuscule. So recommendation, definitely do this in Torment 1 or 2. Where are you from? The accent is dope. I'm from Germany, sir. And recently, someone tried to hurt my feelings. He said on a YouTube video that he really liked my video, but he can't understand anything because of the accent. And I was like, pardon me, what, you little shit? If my accent makes you not understand English, then I think you have an English problem. Like, you need your ears checked. Because I tried to be very clear and precise. I'm sorry. Maybe I should start mumbling more. And I don't want to be that guy, right? But if you struggle to understand what I'm saying, that's a you thing. That's not my fault. Not my fault. YouTube comments trying to be mean. I don't think the person was actually trying to be mean. It was just like, so like I don't understand what you're just writing there, sir. Me no comprendo. Absolutely no comprendo. See, by the way, the lucky hit chance for resource is working together with the soul rift. They're just working hand in hand to really have you topped up at all times. And since you're, yeah, more or less having the soul rift permanent due to soul rift duration tempers, you're just good to go. We're hoping for a rune. That's, by the way, why we're doing this right now. We're doing this for the rune. We're not doing this for the chaotic uniques, but I wanted to show how the chaotic uniques works, okay? This doesn't look too hard. Well, sir, I am playing a very strong build that does billions of damage. I'm also doing a Torment 2 difficulty and not the hardest difficulty possible. So obviously it looks quite easy, but my gear is already exceeding the difficulty that we're playing on. Now, that being said, this specific piece of content does, again, not require you to actually see. This is now me getting a amulet. And that amulet is from... Sork. Yeah, Sork. It's the Sork amulet. So, ta-da. That's how you can get random uniques. Now, again, this piece of content that we're doing right now, to your question, sir, is a piece of content that you can do on the lowest difficulty and yet get the maximum loot. Yes, Pony Hub from Germany. Born in Germany, raised in Germany, living in Germany. The name should give it away, I guess. Okay, what do we have here? Shit. We only have shit. It's like a bunch of steaming shit. I wonder if there's a way to increase the rarity of the runes. There isn't, right? I wish there was like a more rune tribute. That would probably help. What do you say, Chad? More rune tribute? Where do you get legendary runes the fastest? Please, if you figure out where to get legendary runes the fastest, tell me. Now, I do believe that Duriel and Andariel, they're actually dropping their fair share of legendary runes, or actually higher rarity runes. But doing Duriel and Andariel on Torment 4 is an absolutely drag. We just talked about it. So you might want to do them in Torment 3. I mean, we can try this out in a second. I do have some Betrayer's Husk. I have the Andariel material, so we can actually kill her in Torment 3 instead of Torment 4 to just see if there is a chance to get a rune more likely. Because I gotta tell you right now, the Undercity is getting plenty unexciting. I mean, the Undercity is always unexciting, I'm gonna be honest there. It's a pure means to an end that's actually not even fun to do. Where I do just like really enjoy doing the Infernal Hordes, for example. But the Infernal Hordes obviously don't give me runes, so this is like the best way to get runes. How to farm boss layer mats? Mostly do Helltide. Helltide gives you already exquisite blood like crazy and the living steel, so you get 2 out of the most important mats. And the thing is that that's the only thing you need. So like you don't actually have to kill the Beast of Ice to get the Beast of Ice loot, because the Beast of Ice loot is also dropping now from every boss. They did change how boss loot in general works, that like the boss pretty much simply said drops 50% of their own loot, and the other 50% of the loot they're dropping is from the whole unique loot pool. This used to be different, right? So if you're doing a Grig, you can only get Grig loot, and even if you get 5 times the same boots, you get 5 times the same boots. But now Grig also drops Varsh loot, and Grig drops like all the loot from all the other bosses. He still drops 50% of his own loot, right? But the other 50 is pretty much like random shebang. Which is kind of cool. That means like you don't have to target farm too hard anymore. You still like preferable one to target farm, as it's still better to do so, but there are options. Is Blood Search not better to speed farm? You can go back in the VOD if you want. We have done multiple experiments today, guys. We have done Bloodwave versus Bone Spear. We have done Bloodwave versus Blood Surge and Bone Spear versus Blood Surge. The biggest issue with Blood Surge is that it needs more gear. So my Blood Surge build has the equivalent level of gear that my Bone Spear and my Bloodwave have. My Bloodwave is doing 100, my Bloodwave is doing up to 2, 3, 4 billion damage. My Bone Spear is doing billions of damage. And my Blood Surge with the same level of gear is doing hundreds of millions of damage. So the difference is by a multiplier of 10, roughly, with the same amount of gear. Which means that I could now take my Blood Surge build and farm really, really, really easy in Torment 3. But if I wanted to go for Torment 4 with Blood Surge, I just need the Ring of Starless Skies already. I need the Air of Perdition and so on. Yeah. Okay, sir. Sir, wait, chat. Wait. Isn't Sir what we're looking for? No, Sir was not what we're looking for. No, I got robbed. Sir was not the one we're looking for. Wait. It's the wrong one. Wait. It's the best Necro level build minions. Also Toffert, and with the 8 months of support. Let's teleport to the Tree of Whispers. Do I need DLC to play this season fully? No, but without the DLC, you can't fight the Harbinger's Den. You can't do the Undercity. Okay.
It is done.
And you don't get runes. Best weapon for a blood spear build. Sword. Sword. Or hammer. For the overpower damage. So sad. So sad. Just do a Torment 2 and Dario. I don't actually need the boss loot right now. So you understand that the difference between like mythic drop chances is also the same. You don't actually need the loot from these bosses. I just need them to die for runes. Which rune are you looking for? The one that does core skill cast into offering, or the one that does resource cost into offering? That's Endario. Look, I can take half her HP away. Okay. Still have to break these thingies here. Oh no, I don't have any more resources. I need to wait quickly for my thingy to come back because I don't have resources. What happened? Well, we're playing the aspect of the Great Feast, and the aspect of the Great Feast just get all my resources away. See, I got one hit in a Torment 2. Really? That one hits me in Torment 2. That feels bad. Is the new Necro Sword worth trying? If you have a greater affix, yes, then maybe. But even then, it's not good. So the sword is like, it's like good. But it's not good. It's just good. Okay. She just vanished. In this fight, Aspect of the Great Feast feels so limiting. What does Aspect of the Great Feast do? Well, it sucks mana out of me, but it gives me a lot of damage in resource spec, so it's kind of good. So now we went through these phases, and then we can kill her. We gotta, like, go to 2 phases at least. You're using Decrepify right now. Shall I tell you why we're using Decrepify? Because I don't have the rune to automatically cast it. Okay? So I'm waiting to get a specific rune, and I keep not getting it, and it makes me very sad. Oh, she draws Blood Moon Breaches twice. Even a good Blood Moon Breaches. Nah, it's an okay one. So yeah, we want to have the other stuff, but we don't. Will Starless on a ring with Great Feast and Tempers be better? I mean, I do have Tempers, but Starless will always be better. Starless is a 50% multiplier. Starless is not additive damage. Starless is not, you know, like, Starless is just a crazy damage multiplier. So Mike, we haven't done any Zangivar builds because I don't have Zangivar max. Like, I never found a greater affix one. Bloodwave or Bone Spear? Bone Spear is stronger than Bloodwave, but Bloodwave is more convenient to play. Make out of that what you want. Okay, we're at 147 Paragon points. We have our glyphs to level 45. Guess I want to get like the other glyphs here to 45 as well. It's really sad we can't upgrade Eliminator because I need Topaz fragments, but I know you could change fragments, couldn't you? Do the bird's eye skins look cool? They're not in the game yet. Could you not change fragments? Where could you do that again?
Need something for it?
Oh, at the guy. Yeah, here, gem fragments. So I can make Topaz fragments out of the others. But that was just 1,000 Topaz fragments. And I need 15. I need 15 for... Okay. So like I need 15 to upgrade one single thingy. Jiggy. So despite being able to do a tier 70 right now, I can do a tier 70, right? I can kill Torment 4 bosses. And my gear is shoddy. Still good, though. But I am better off farming tier 60 dungeons right now. I mean, if you want to get your glyphs to level 45, right? Why do everything over 60? Because I personally, I'm not going to upgrade my glyphs further than level 45 this season, as I don't have any, right? This season does not give me any ambitions to grind my glyphs to 100. Last season, I actually grinded my glyphs to 100 because I really wanted to see what the damage is. But currently, it's just 45 is enough. Don't know how you feel about this. What do you say, chat? Are you going to farm your glyphs to 100? Are you going to go to the tedium of, well, having to somehow get the gear to make it to pit 100? I'm probably not even going to care about clearing pit 100 this season, too. Like, builds can do it, not the problem, just like the amount of grind necessary to do that, right? You pretty much need glyphs 100 to clear pit 100. So the most effective way to get boss mats of a pit. Helltide. And funnily, the best way to get boss mats is actually doing bosses, because if you do bosses, they drop tributes of titans, and these tributes of titans can then be used in the Undercity to actually farm boss mats. The best way isn't stage though Helltide, because you're just simply going to blast through the Helltide. You're going to get yourself Living Steel, you're going to get yourself Distilled Fear, you're going to get yourself the blood from Lord Zero as well. Yeah. Like, look at the difference, by the way, between a 60 and a 70 right now. It's 10 pit tiers different, and they're, like, I mean, 10 pit tiers different shouldn't make such a big difference in your head, right? You're like, wow, you're at 10 pit tiers? Oh, I don't fucking care. 10 pit tiers is nothing. But, like, I did a pit 70 now in 8 minutes. 8 minutes. From the beginning to the end, probably 9 with the boss fight. I didn't actually check the time. And this is looking a little bit faster. Somewhat. But yeah. Are you going to get your glyphs to 100 this season, ladies and gentlemen? I'm not asking you, Neil. I'm not asking you. Maybe on one character. Maybe. Just if I want to see how deep could a certain build really go. That's a big maybe. Neil muted us for a phone call. Neil, how dare you? You should have put me on that phone call. I would have definitely enriched it. So we said, like, are you getting your glyphs to 100, Neil? What items makes the blood explode? Which blood? Wait, there's no exploding blood. Or you mean these bloody explosions there? Ah, you mean these echoes. That's from the Deathless Visage helmet. Deathless Visage has your Bone Spear do these echoes, and usually these echoes, they would be spectral color, so they would have like this ethereal tinge to it. But they are red now because I turned my Bone Spear into a blood skill. So these echoes are now blood echoes, essentially. That's what happens there. What boss power gives the lightning? Grigoire's boss power. Who is the boss with the lightning skills? You could have figured that out yourself. Come on now. Isn't Visage broken with Bloodspear? No, it is not. It is... So you have... You probably watched a YouTube video, but you didn't actually watch the YouTube video. Or you saw a Reddit post. So Bloodless Visage is not 100% working. AKA they actually nerfed it. Because the Visage says that every casted blood spear leaves behind an echo. Now, technically, the blood spears that are being made by your dearest memory are not casted. Which means that they're not making echoes. So you would think now, hey, they should probably make echoes, but they don't. Which means that the only thing that makes echoes is my real casted ones. And that leads then to this situation where people like say it's broken, but it's just not maybe 100% working as intended. See, that was me like farming this down. We can activate the Eliminator, and then I'm gonna get like the Corporal and also the Sacrificial up. Ta-da. Are the unique items still obtainable from the same bosses in Season 7? Yes, but all bosses drop all unique items. How was that worded in the patch notes? I don't have the wording for you because that's my problem. But the way how it changed is that, again, bosses drop 50% their own loot and 50% world loot or world uniques. But I don't know the exact wording, so I can't like tell it to you. Why did they make it like that with the boss drops? I don't know, because you can now get everything from everywhere. Which means if you only have, like, I have a lot of Lord Zur boss mats, so I'll just kill Lord Zur until I have all uniques that I need. I mean, maybe they wanted to prevent that, like, for example, if I want to do the Beast of Ice, I have to get the Distilled Fear, and the Beast of Ice is just very annoying to do. So I don't want to do the Beast of Ice, because the Beast of Ice is a freaking mouse breather. Mouth breather. Okay. Do I upgrade the I-beam now? Still want to upgrade the power for leveling. So I have like 700 Spectral Ash guys, but I want to upgrade a power that I potentially will use for leveling. Which one is it going to be? The I-beam was fun for leveling. I guess we probably should try Wandering Chest Beam on more builds. Flaming Skull. You have to stand still for it to activate it. So you can have like this weird gameplay loop of having to stand still to then summon it to then I prefer if you can like spam the abilities, so if you can actually use something to do something, right? Arshan's power is fun for leveling, yeah, but it only sucks to one opponent. That's the problem. Like, Ashava's Poison Breath is definitely better. It's like a close runner between Poison Breath, the Wandering Eye Beam, and just going for Belial and just spamming potions. I need to level up this power here anyways. And I want to do something with it. Is this better than Blood Wave? Yes and no. My Blood Wave build, equivalent skills, equivalent gear, can slowly clear tier 4 boss. Blood Spirit can do it faster. Same. Hunter, you get to see their partner. Which boss power Necro skill combo would you recommend for leveling to 60? For 60, I used Ashava's Poison Breath and simply reaped everyone. I used Ashava's Poison Breath together with Blight. I can show you something with the Eye Beam in a second. Okay, so I recommend using the Eye Beam on anyone. And I can show you why. I like how he vanished and then actually didn't vanish. Anyone else getting Belials? I don't get Belials. How do you get the I-Beam power? You have to kill what it says there. Defeat Belial in Torment to unlock, or this one, defeat the Wandering Death. Not in thingy to unlock. Wait, I thought I had... Did I just... oh, that just stopped being... So, which power would I recommend using? So, if you kill Belial, and this is Uber Belial, you get this. And then, for example, we have our Barbarian here. Okay. And this Barbarian is right now in the Penitent difficulty. Okay, so Penitent difficulty, the hardest difficulty. Barbarian is level 12. And I pretty much just put on the Belial's I-Beam, okay? The thing, what happens with Belial's I-Beam, now that I upgraded it to level 12, it does 258 damage. Sadly, my weapons are not stronger, so it actually doesn't do more damage. I didn't find a single upgrade yet. But what happens with the I-Beam is you do this and everything just dies. Okay? So I just run around with potions and I'm just like, blah. So that's what I like about the power. Especially since if I get new weapons, it actually does get stronger. So unlucky that I didn't get anything to make myself stronger yet, but this is pretty much how you can level. And on top, you could play now any travel mobility skill I want. I could still do anything like, so I could just still use any skill I want regardless, right? I just have to use my potions. So I could just go for my standard Barbarian, Whirlwind, whatever. And then just in between drink potions and just laser I-Beam everything. While I do any damage I do anyways. But this is Penitent. This is Penitent difficulty. So it's the hardest difficulty that gives 175% bonus XP. My being able to just run around and trounce things like this is quite useful, right? Is that from Belial? Yes, this is from Belial. In order to get this hero power, you need to kill Belial in Torment 1. And the only problem is here, these elites, right? So I kill them, but I cannot spam my power. So that's probably like the only downside of this power. But then again, like, let's take this weapon, for example. I mean, we've been right now not having a single upgrade. So the power is doing 326. And if I now put the weapon on, we're at 316. So we actually do less. How is that even possible that like a weapon with more damage will give us less thingies? Because we lose damage over time. That's true. We lose 3% damage over time. Because the I-beam is only interested in actual like damage squeeze from like your thingies. So here, this here is 9% increased damage to close enemies. That should actually improve the power if I then walk to opponents and I hit them close up, right? Then I should do 9% increased damage from that. Ta-da. Oh, look, we got a great axe. See, that's damage over time. Ta-da! More damage. I have the Wandering Death power in the bottom, so only the passive works. Yes, when it comes down to powers, it like if it's in the top, it's in the top. Then the top part works. And in the bottom, only the bottom works. AKA main power and supportive powers. Bam Bam, thank you for your subscriptions over on the YouTube. Appreciate it, sir. Happy to have you with us. Top power, main. Bottom power, modifier. Okay. 100 million money without even trying. This feels really good. Now, what do we do, though? That's the big question. What do we do now? I mean, I still need to get my runes. Do I just do more? Yeah, I guess I just... You know what? Let's make this as simple as it gets. I have 6 more rune tributes. Let's just farm him down. Best boss power for minion build, the boss power for minion build. Summons do more damage. For each 1% bonus critical strike damage you have. And that gives your minions just like here, if I like that's right now 38%. With the next level up, that's 45%. With the next level up, that's 52%. So your minions can just get another 100% multiplicative more damage. I mean, fucking think about it, Rut. Hello? And the best part is it says actually summons, so your summons deal more damage, which means that Army of the Dead should also do more damage because Army of the Dead does profit from all summon stuff, so it's a summon skill. That means that Army of the Dead on level 5 actually gets the bonus from all the other stuff, right? So if you make it up to level 5, it gets the double bonuses, which is cool. And gets a lot of damage. We will do a minion build, by the way, so in case you wonder, but I'm currently trying to get Zangivar. So I want that blade in a greater affix. Does anyone know off the tip of their tongue where Zangivar actually drops? Like, who drops it main? Because I don't have it yet, but I would really like to have a Zangivar. In greater affix. Adlord Zur, are you certain? I've done so many Zers and I haven't gotten it. I feel like you're scamming me. I mean, luckily we have a bunch of bloods, so I got like 100 bloods, which means we can do some Zers today. Why are you lying to me? Lying to me. Does anyone feel like it's harder to get greater affix uniques? Or just me? It's even called the Blade of Zur. Hey, 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 hey. Are you just trying to apply logic to Diablo 4? Mister. You take a step back there and repeat that again. Yeah? I mean, I accept that it's at Lord Zur, no worries, but don't you try to apply logic. There's a lot of things would make sense if logic was applied to this game at times. The moment where you say, surely this should work, and the answer is no, obviously it doesn't work. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why would an obvious interaction between two items actually make sense? Nah. But instead, you know, if you twirl on your head and you temper like a complete different thing, it suddenly does work. How much difference is it with or without minions? What do you mean? 160 paragons and you don't have Great Feast. Sir, don't worry. I just got Great Feast 30 minutes ago. I'm at 148 paragon. Don't worry, sir. You're not the only one. I recommend buying focuses. So if you're actually missing any offensive aspect, you just spam buy focuses and you hope for the best. Okay, today's goal is to get as many runes as humanly possible, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, come on, it can't be so hard to get the ones I'm missing. I'll farm tier 3 Zers with you. We can do that. I mean, I was thinking about like just killing him in tier 4 because I can kill him faster there. Or we could probably do tier 3s because I can kill him fast, plenty fast, but tier 3 is still going to be faster. Tier 4. Now I get more loot if I have you in the team, Katie. I mean, having you in the group gives me more loot than actually doing tier 4, right? Because what was it like? There's a 50% chance per bonus team member to get more stuff. Noxer Taxam. I don't think that's a single useful one. I mean, for some reason, they're like, there's no legendary runes coming out of this, right? GA uniques have been very rare, it seems. On the sword, tried using it earlier. The effect benefits from all curse modifiers like M damage. I know, David. The sword is technically crazy, but unless you get it as a greater affix, I don't even want it. How do you reset the cooldowns on this build? Very simple. You do have your curse, okay? And your curse is the main cooldown reduction source because your Bone Spear has a very high lucky hit chance. Now, what you need desperately is you need something to apply your curse. So either you're going to apply it handish, or you're going to have to get the rune that I'm looking for. Now, what helps is to have the boots, because the boots are also Bone Prison cooldown reduction. The Path of Trag'Oul is useful multiple reasons. The very good thing about the Path of Trag'Oul is you don't actually need them for the Essence Splinters. Usually, the Path of Trag'Ouls are needed to boost your Essence higher. Not in this case. In this case, you actually just want a greater affix one with a cooldown and the bonus bone skill. Something in that direction. And then you're happy. Decrepify Curse? Yes, Decrepify Curse. The cooldown reduction needs for everyone. Now, if you struggle to reset the cooldown, you might have also found the problem with this build. Because this build has one problem, and that is what happens if enemies die too fast. Because if enemies die too fast, then enemies don't help you with cooldown reduction, and you end up not reducing cooldowns. Enough. That's why this build is so good for the pit, because when it comes down to the pit, it's reducing cooldowns just enough. So yeah, because in the pit, enemies have more HP, and enemies actually survive more than one bone spear. So like they actually get hit by the bone spear, and then they get hit by the splinters, and then you get like what you're looking for, right? Where otherwise, right now, like everything dies to a one hit, so they don't even survive like the initial contact, and then you don't get like really cooldown reduction out of them. Ta-da! Hey, Katie, let me wrap this up. Then we're gonna try to get Zangavor. I mean, we already know that this build is working, but we need the rune, which I'm going to tell you. Like, we're gonna make another Bone Spear guide, chat, so don't worry about that. And we'll also give you all the information on the required pieces, right? Because it might be less frustrating for you to start playing this build when you actually have the pieces you need, than trying to get the pieces with the build, because that's what we're currently trying to do, right? So I'm missing a rune, but instead of playing my Blood Wave, which also works without the rune, I'm kind of banging my head against the wall here to get the rune, because the build also works without. But yeah, I recommend probably having the pieces beforehand. Come on, everyone, pray and hope. This is it. This is the end game now. We're getting 4 legendary runes in a row. It's happening. It's a Yux. Wait, wasn't a Yux a good rune? Which one was Yux again? No, Yux wasn't the good rune. We get nothing, chat. We get nothing again. We get nothing. Absolutely nothing. Someone shoot me in the face. Okay, Katie. Come, Katie. Let's do some Zers. I need to go to Torment 3 first. Torment 3. Oh, wait. Let's swap. Then you can... If you one-shot with one spear, do you need the other skills? I mean, you don't one-shot with one spear. This is only because we're doing Torment 1 right now for this specific piece of content. Okay, decline, Katie. Swap over to 3. Invite Katie. Invite to partay. Why do you have plus 300 Lord Zer's Blood Kneel? What is wrong with you? Hey, more teammates though is more loot, chat. Every teammate was like, what, 50% more loot, correct? Here, party members increase the chance of additional treasures from the horde. Okay, chat, what we're looking for is a greater affixed Zangavar's blade. This should be possible, shouldn't it? Surely. I'm doing it alone. Haha, you're too late to apologize. Too late. Hang for me, my little minion. You both died. Hang for me, my little minions. There's the two-handed sword, guys, but it is not the two-handed sword that you're looking for, right? So you got Zangavor's, but you notice if it doesn't have full damage, it ain't worth it. But now I'm gonna still like keep these Zangavor's, okay? I'm gonna keep them all on the upkeep. Lord Zer getting bullied. I mean, at least he's dropping money beyond belief, so that's kind of nice. Oh, we get Belial! Chat! Do we have Belial? Do we not have Belial? That is Yen's Blessing. We're gonna keep Yen's Blessing, though. How much gold is that? We get 1 million. Hands with a greater affix. But I need swords with a greater affix. That's the wrong kind of pans. Wow. Another Zangivores. Chest armor. I am so sad that this build is not working anymore. I want my Bone Spirit build back, chat. I want it back. The Bone Spirit Surfer, that was just so good. This is probably the saddest build they actually fixed because it was just the best build out there. It was so much fun to play. The new season good. The new season adds quite some fun with the boss powers. The new season made the game also harder. You might or might not like that. Oh, we got one. Ladies and gentlemen, we got one. It's there. It's happening. Mom, get the camera. And it got the worst thing, though, of them all. Shit. Now I got one. I wanted to teleport out, Neil. I'm just saying I wanted to teleport out. I got the sword, but it was the wrong sword, so I'm sad now. Because it could have been scaled to Mage Mastery. It could have been chance for Army of the Dead to deal double damage, right? It's okay. It also has only an 18.5% roll. That is unacceptable. This has 25% roll or bust, so I need to kill more. To kill more of these guys now. Zangivores. Don't worry, we'll make that build too. We'll make that build probably tomorrow. Today we'll stick with the Bloody Bone Spear because I just want to, like, you know, get it there. Which rune are you looking for? I think it's called I think it's the Pock rune. Honestly, I forgot more rune names than I ever knew. I can do 2 more. Should be Pock. 24%. See, 24% is good. We like to see that. That's a decent one. But obviously, if your Zangivore is not 800 item power, all your minions deal less damage anyways. Now, that being said, you don't actually have to play minions with Zangivores. This is, like, very important, right? No one says that you have to play minions with this weapon. You could also just play the weapon. So you could play an Army of the Dead build. You don't actually have to play minions for an Army of the Dead build. You could also just play an Army of the Dead build. Because the way how you would play currently the Zangivores is you would have to, or you would try to make your... You try to make your Army of the Dead overpowered every single time. Preferable overpower crit. Okay. Oh, I don't have any more to open. I'm donezo. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Katie. I could still farm the gold, but I have nothing anymore to open.
Did you truly think all of this would be that?
Oh, we get Belial. Cool. Wait, that's weird. I didn't even open my box and I still get Belial? It's kind of funny. So if you do it with, like, all the people, as long as one opens the box, there's a chance for Belial to appear. That makes sense. But I wouldn't even get loot because I never opened the box. Interesting. Interesting. Do you have the Endurer pants? I have one single Endurer pants that I actually used. So yes, I had the Endurer pants. One. What's the best way to get into the game? You play the campaign. If you, thank you, Katie, Neil, Nasty. If you just joined into this beautiful game called Diablo 4, you just play the campaign and have fun. That's pretty much it. So yeah, what you would try to do now, again, with the blade is, so this blade would do a lot of damage, right? This is tons of damage. It says, Army of the Dead can now unleash the Vampiric Curse, causing Army of the Dead and the Souls to deal 18% more damage per soul unlashed. So you would have to inflict Vampiric Curse with your summons, but your Army of the Dead are summons as well, so they would inflict Vampiric Curse too, which means that every consecutive Army of the Dead that you're casting would do more damage. And preferable, you would try to, your next attack will cause your hits to be guaranteed critical strike overpower for 0.35 seconds, which means if we activate the Zan rune somehow, then we could have our Army of the Dead critical strike overpower, which would have the Army of the Dead do a lot of damage. Now, the problem is having something that gives us enough offering to activate the Zan rune in a nice way. So, for example, like casting ultimate skills has the problem that if you Zan rune, you get 150 offering and then 150 offering. So I cast the ultimate twice to then have the third one be critical strike overpowered. But that would only work. That would never increase the duration because of our overflow. So if I have more offering, then I would get a longer duration on this overpower window, right? Crit overpower window. How do you keep yourself topped off? Bone Spear is additionally a blood skill that consumes a corpse to launch a blood spear, draining 10% of your maximum life on hit. The way you counter this is you get yourself this up here, which says Bone Spear deals 40% more overpower damage and restores 5% maximum life after overpowering. And then you pair this together with Bone Spears is guaranteed to overpower. So if you now shoot the 2 Bone Spears out, then both Bone Spears will heal you for 5% each, and you get enough heal. Then you also do take the Gruesome Mending, which increases your healing from every source by 20%. To have your actual heal from this be more efficient. Okay? That's how it works. Pretty spot on. Quite simple. Zatine, thank you for the 82 months of support. Zatine, good to see you there. Appreciation. Thank you for the info, no problem. That's what I'm there for. You have questions, I have answers. Oh, wait. I wanted to go for the reputation. Do you have the reputation grind done already, ladies and gentlemen? I like that killing bosses gives you reputation this season. It makes it so much simple because I just fight bosses. Okay, 1, 2, and then we're done. I don't know. I'm kind of unhappy with this. I guess I at least have a blade with lucky hit chance to heal. I don't know. These 3 items seem to have robbed me. How can you unlock Urivar's Lot Bomb boss power? Defeat Urivar lair boss in Torment to unlock. Urivar. Now, I gotta ask the question, do you have the expansion? Because if you don't have the expansion, no Urivar for you. Okay. No Urivar for you. Ooh, it is a whisper. Very good, Fatuk, nice. Do I want to masterwork something? All of these pieces of gear were a bit sad. Wow, that's a double maximum life masterwork. I'd like to see that. Make my way a bit faster. Drink a potion for more. Still do 60s. I just don't think anything past 60s is worth it. Right? By the way, ladies and gentlemen, who of you has a mythic already? From killing bosses, not from like killing Lilith and getting the spark. So anyone actually dropped a mythic? An uber unique? Because I've killed tons of bosses, but I have not seen one. You got one? Ah, damn, son. Duriel. Well, we all know that the highest mythic drop chance is obviously from the Betrayer, from Belial himself. Problematic, though, that I get to not fight any like ambush Belials. I don't know how many ambush Belials you have fought. I have fought 1 or 2. That's it. I know robbery. Why do we not use Bloodwave in this for the increased damage after you use it? So I have currently the Soul Rift. Soul Rift makes everyone vulnerable. Soul Rift gives me essence. Soul Rift also gives me 75% multiplicative more damage. Okay? Soul Rift. When it's active, when it's sucking souls, gives you 75% more multiplicative damage. Now, let's look at what Bloodwave would do for us. By the way, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. This is just like, you know, a learning experience, I guess. So, let's kill these last dudes here. If we're then able to finally kill them, because obviously we can only kill them if they're inside a bone prison. Okay. So you have the pants that say Bloodwave, additionally bone prison, and it's end up and increases your blood skill damage by 61% for 8 seconds. Okay, if I cast Bloodwave, I get 61% more damage. Cool. Makes sense, right? But if I cast Soul Rift, I get 75% more damage. So which one should you use? You know? And Soul Rift gives you Barrier on top. And Soul Rift gives you Essence. And Soul Rift makes vulnerable. Makes sense to actually play that, right? At the beginning, I thought too, hey, why wouldn't we use Bloodwave? But then, like, Soul Rift is just broken. I mean, this is the best way to say it. Soul Rift just solves all the problems that Necro has, okay? So Necro needs Barrier, Soul Rift. Necro needs a source of vulnerable, Soul Rift. Necro needs Essence, Soul Rift. Oh, and Necro needs damage, Soul Rift. Like, when they created that ulti, they pretty much invalidated all the other ultimates. It solves survival, it solves resource, it solves damage, it solves everything. That's it. Like, hey, let's just make a skill that does everything. Now, not that I'm complaining, ladies and gentlemen. I love that it does this. But it's just a bit on the nose, right? Is Bone Spear best for speed farm? In the pit, yes. It just does more damage. It's also better versus single targets. So the Bone Spear is truly the superior tool over the Blood Wave. But the Blood Wave is easier to put together and more fun to play. Just quick question. I have an AMD GPU and I have to get black screens every 2 to 3 times I TP. Yeah, that's a bug and it doesn't have anything to do with your GPU. You're just cooked. So like no one knows how the bug happens, why the bug, like how the bug is replicable or not. If you get the black screen on teleport, you're just screwed. I'm sorry, like this is the best news I have for you. It's not your fault. I have an AMD graphic card and I have never ever had this issue. I never had a black screen on a teleport. So there is no rhyme or reason to why this happens. There's no explanation, like why are you getting this and why is your friend not getting it? A sword with maximum life and intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, look, a sword. And a hammer too with intelligence and maximum life. Look, 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 mom. The 2 weapons you want to have. Cool. That's really, really, really nice. Okay.
More than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Neil Katie, do you want to do a Infernal Hordes? Two Infernal Hordes. We can do, I don't know, like, can you do tier 4? That's the question. Aye, shit. Can you do tier 4? Or do I have to do tier 4 alone? Meanies. They don't like me, Chan. Which was execute power. I don't know why we had Zer's power there. That made no sense. Where's the armory? Oh, there. Fine. Blood Spear, save. Ah, damn it, Neil and Katie. Okay. I'll be patient. I'll be patient with my compasses. We got another 1,000. We got another 1,000, Chad. Still haven't decided which power I want to use for leveling yet. Ooh, triple. Wow. Okay, so let's get robbed, chat. Let's get robbed. Okay, so this is a double greater affix and 2 single greater affix. That would be movement speed and amplify damage. That would be intelligence. That's actually a good one. Apart from the movement speed, that high roll on intelligence is pretty damn nice. And that is intelligence and essence on kill and movement speed. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. I mean, look at my amulet. It has movement speed and attack speed anyways. So getting like a 23.6% intelligence and this one, I'm like, sure. I'll take it, right? Surely. I mean, generally, greater affix intelligence amulets are PogChamp. They're the best thing that you could possibly get. I get the Lith Rune. Stand still while fighting for 0.3 seconds. I mean, wouldn't the Lith Rune work with the... Hold on. If I stand still while fighting for 0.25 seconds, right? And I use this together with a Decrepify cast, he will cast Decrepify around me and not where my pointer is. Or will he cast where my pointer is? That's the question. Will he cast Decrepify where my pointer is? Because if you use core skill cast for curse, then he casts where your pointer is. This would still not be good, but it at least would be better than what I had until now. Okay. I'm standing still. Okay, I'm standing still while fighting. See, he cast it around me. I told you. He does it. He casts it around me. That's bullshit. No. Not worth it. Not worth it. I has been robbed. I has been robbed. I wonder if avoid health damage while fighting actually counts for the spear. It counts even if I damage myself, but it also casts around me. You literally need the core skill for thingy jiggy majiggy to actually make this work, or it's just not doing it. I'm not happy. I'm just really not happy. It is what it is. It is what it is. You're going to play the No Rest for the Wicked new update. Before I play the No Rest for the Wicked new update, I need to finish every single class to 60. So that's what we're going to do in the next 6 days. We will level up Rogue, we will level up Druid, we will level up Barbarian, even the Spiritborn and the Sorc, all of them to 60, and we'll provide you with one S tier build to have fun with. Now, the only thing that we have to decide on is how do we level up? Because I still want to do it as stupid, as easy, as squeezy as possible. And right now I'm considering doing this. So yeah. That's what I consider doing with the Belial's I-Beam. Yvogan, thank you for the brand new subscription and support. Yvogan, where's your name from again? I don't know. It rings a memory bell, but I don't know where from. We've been thinking about the I-Beam. We've been thinking about Lord Zer's Pools of Blood, but Lord Zer's Pools of Blood, they don't scale enough to be worth it. The I-Beam has nasty scaling, so the Wandering Deathbeam could be really pushed forward. I don't like Endariel's Flaming Skull because you have to stand still, right? So like this rotates now, and I have to stand still. Then it's coming, and then it's not even killing things, right? Like that seems worse than just drinking the potion to get the I-Beams, because like that's obviously a bit more convenient. Drink potion, get I-Beam, get instant outcome. Evoking was from Hunter Center. Thank you. I couldn't for the love of God remember it. It's been a while. I actually rewatched Hunter last year. It's been a while. Boss powers are boss powers are leveled for everyone. So if you level up the boss powers, you can just have your second playthrough super fucking easy. I mean, for example, you could use the gain movement speed increase for each cooldown reduction you have. So you could put on the movement speed power, and then you could also just pay Urivar's Law bombs and instantly get more movement speed if you feel like it. You could go for Lilith Winds of Hatred to obviously do a lot of damage. You could just do the I-Beam. So take any channel skill, like, right? I can just do the I-Beam, and then I do this, and while I turn, I laser. But obviously the laser doesn't do that much damage, and also is very imprecise, so that doesn't work. Where drinking the potion is actually way better because it just absolutely chunks down everyone. Right? It just chunks down everyone. But it's also so expensive to get Belial's I-Beam further leveled up. It costs 400 to make you further powerful. That's scam. What boss power are you using for Bone Spear? I'll show you. But it's not that good. So we could discuss about what boss power to use for maximum outcome right now. I mean, I do use the... If you have done the specializations on previous characters, you need to log into your previous character and then it should unlock the specialization straight away. So right now we do Grigoire's Lightning Square, because Grig's Lightning Square is just this boom of lightning when I shoot. It doesn't hurt, right? I cast a core skill, I get this. Then we have Hatred's Embrace Haste, because I get more crit chance, and that's 26% more crit chance, which is pretty fucking good. When I could also level this up further, so it's 28, it's 30%. So I could get my crit chance up to 100% with this. Right now, I am sitting at 30%, plus 30% from there, plus 25% from here. Ta-da, 80, like, yay. Right? It's too good to ignore. Then we're also playing Belial's I-Beam, which says activating your main boss power ground stealth for 2 seconds and you deal 26% increased overpower damage while stealthed. This only works for one single spear, but if one single spear on activation of Grig's Lightning Square gets 26% bonus damage, I guess that's worth it, right? Followed up by the Wandering Chest Beam Death, which executes enemies that have 20% life. Non-bosses. That's also pretty OP. So yeah, quite simple right now. I like the crit. The crit is just nasty. I mean, getting like another 34% crit just like that. Hello? Quite nice, right? Can absolutely not complain about this. The execute is also nice because the execute gives you, when you execute enemies, gain 25 primary resource. Do you know how good this is while leveling? Right? While you're leveling, you're always resource starved. And now the game is like, oh, you know what? 25% bonus resource. Ba-ba-ba-bam, ba-bam, ba-bam. I'll take it. Right? We could kill more Varsh. I mean, I need runes, so ultimately I would just kill... I would just kill bosses for runes, right? What channel skills bones are you using? Why do you need a channel skill? For which ability? But thinking about replacing the power here, this one, the Grigoire's Lightning Square, for Lilith Winds of Hate, for example. But Lilith Winds of Hate did have an ICD, so an inbuilt cooldown that was working less often than Grig's Lightning Spear. For the chest beam boss power. For the chest beam boss power, you don't use this. No. Like, the I-Beam is activated over potion use. So if you actually do potion use. GTA 6 is coming on my 26. I'm not interested. Might sound weird to you, but absolutely zero interest in GTA. It's a Yux rune. Yux rune is useless. I'm not into role-playing. I don't like the GTA gameplay loop in general. Absolutely no vibe. Ooh, ladies and gentlemen! Ladies and gentlemen! You know what this is, right? Hey, chat, look! We got a mythical item! Woo! The melted heart of Selig! Ladies and gentlemen, it is the melted heart of Selig! So like, just put the bullet right here, would you? Right between the eyes. Don't hesitate. Just pull the trigger. It's fine. I accept my end. So not are we only not getting the we're not getting the rune we're looking for. We're also not getting the mythics that we would like to have. There he comes, chat. Currently waiting for my cooldown. There's no escape. What happened? Oh, I didn't one-hit him. What happened? My own fault for not one-hitting him, chat. Where are you? Woo! Betrayer's Husk. Oh, I get another Zangivorse from him. Ladies and gentlemen. No, he didn't give me a Zangivorse. It looked like it, but I get a Visage in a good roll. But is this better than what I have? No, it's not. No, it's not. It just has a higher chance for Bone Spear projectiles to cast twice, and that's actually nice. So let me teleport out and turn this stupid item into a splinter.
Finest jewels in Sanctuary. The star. Very well.
Good. Bone Spear's still broken since the beginning. No, Bone Spear hasn't been broken for a while. So Bone Spear's back in action now. I got a knock. If you inflict crowd control, gain offering if it isn't slow or chill. I don't do that.
Use it well.
Bonus armor. That is useless. That was I refuse. It's not even a good item, but I refuse to get bonus. Oh, that's maximum resource. That's also useless. Thank you. See, that's Bone Spear cast twice. Together with this, now we're at 100% chance for Bone Spear to cast twice. Ta-da. Your problem is HP. Well, you just need to overpower with every single hit. I mean, as you can see right now, we're not losing any HP. Because we overpower with every single hit. That's the trick. Oh, wow, another Belial? I literally have not gotten Belials in ever, chat, and now they're just jumping down my throat? Well, don't mind if I do. This is just the beginning. We get another rune, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this is the easiest way to get runes right now. What can I say? Another Deathless Visage with bonus. Let's keep that. Another one? I'm staying. I'm never leaving, chat. This is mine now. I live here now. Okay? We can't get out of this instance, okay? How do we get all these hearts? I just play the game. I mean, seriously, I just play the game. I didn't do anything special. Come on, give me one more. Give me one more. Give me runes that I want. I'm getting Qui runes now. If they're hot shit. One more. Oh, not another Belial. I'm so sad. I definitely got robbed there. What can I say? I definitely got robbed there. Which sword build is the best right now? Lightning Spear. We just uploaded a video on the current most broken best builds. Some using weird mechanics, others just playing the game as it's intended to be played. The whole video's up. Is this hardcore? No, sir. Come on. Who plays Diablo hardcore? Playing Diablo is already hardcore enough. You know? Don't need to add any more hardcore to the hardcore of enduring Diablo. Seriously now. Still not the rune. I just refuse to believe that the runes don't exist anymore, chat. I'm sorry. I didn't want to tell you this, but they actually took legendary runes out of the game. Yeah. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Sways out of the game. Did they remove the rune rerolling? No, the rune rerolling should still be in. It's at the, was it at the Alchemist? Here. Reforge legendary runes. Reforge invocations. And reforge the others too. Well, we could, let's see. Can we reforge something? What do we have too much, chat? I'm not planning to turn them into mythics anyways this season. Okay, we could reforge Yax runes. We could reforge Tal runes. We could reforge K runes. And tech runes. Okay, let's hope for the best, ladies and gentlemen. So 2 key runes. Then we could reforge 2... 3 yucks. I see we get a yellow one out of that, child. Look. We could reforge 2 tals. And 2 techs.
What color and brilliant.
Okay, what did we get? We got 1 Neo. We got 1... Oh, we got a Pog! Ladies and gentlemen! The chosen one! Build mobility's updated. Yes, sir. Okay, let's see if it is working as intended. So it says right now, when we are using, spend 100% of your maximum resource, invoke Necromancer's Iron Maiden, right? And you just do this. And then you should, curse on place. But we need to go to Curvachat because I need to hit things. Make it work. But this should automatically cast the curse now on my cursor. It is still not the rune that I want for this because the rune is just like, it's not as efficient, right? Because I need to burn through my globe first to make it work. But at least it works automatically without having to like do something. still cast it around me. Used to cast it around the cursor. Oh, I'm sad. So even with that one, he's not casting around the cursor. So I need to like just have the... I need the force skill then. See, damage is good, chat. Hundreds of millions. 790. Every now and then it does hit a billion. There, 1.3 billion. There, you got it. When we really managed to have all the overpowers though be really like Wait, why do I have 3,540 offering? Hold on a minute. What did I do? Wait, do the ambush Belials give you more offering? Like, what the fuck? Since when? No, but I didn't kill the amount of bosses to warrant that. This is my point. The ambush Belials, they give a lot. What the holy moly? Damn, son. I mean, zero complaints, but I was just... This makes you really need to put the Urn of Lies in here, right? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But that you need to put, like, here, all your ashes into the Urn of Lies because you want to meet as many as possible. Right? Like, they gotta be absolutely swarming your butthole. Or things are bad. By the way, any one of you actually bothered with the reliquaries, chat? Like, I forget to use my favor the whole time because I absolutely can't be asked to go for this, then right click, then claim it, then wait until the transaction is done. Okay, finally. Then I have to go out to go into the other one to then decide that I would like to have a sword. Then claim it. Then claim with favor tokens and Wayne. Ank, thank you for the 5 months of support. Ank, good to see you there. Appreciate it, brother. Hope you're doing very well. Can I, like, claim the whole goddamn thing? Like, can someone explain why I can't claim the whole thing? Like, right? Can I right-click this and be like, claim it now? But no, we had to gamify the whole shit, right? Thank you for the 5 months, but my golden thank you for the 14 months. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Majorly disappointed. I did get myself, though, that skin right away, which just looks ugly as hell. Okay, we got our rune, but it's still not the rune I wanted, so that's fantastic. Guess I'll just have to hennishly cast Decrepify at this point. The solution, conclusion is, chat, I have to hennishly cast Decrepify. That's suboptimal, but it is what it is. You have a Bone Spear build online. Yes. So right now, all my builds can be found under my Mobilytics. Here, Mobilytics. It's called the Necromancer Hub. It is linked in the YouTube description. We got the level build, minions, then the Bone Spear build, and the Bloodwave build. All are together here with everything like Paragon boards, powers, all the shebang, everything together. Oh no, I'm in Torment 3. Why am I doing this in Torment 3? Oh no. Not worth it in Torment 3. So I wonder how much longer it's going to take me to find that like rune for casting my curse skills. What's the best way to farm Infernal Horde keys? You do Hell Tides. Okay, I'm sorry for doing this in Torment 3, chat, but now that we signed up for it, we gotta do it anyways, huh? So by the way, with the Blood Spear build, you will die if you don't overpower. See, if I just throw these spears and I'm not overpowering, I just die too. So you really need to make sure to always overpower. No overpower, no boom boom. So not only is that tanking your damage, it's also just making you generally unhappy. And if you're killing yourself, you're also not doing your maximum damage, because if you don't have maximum life, then you don't do maximum damage with overpowers in general. Is the Air of Perdition good for the Bloodwave or Bone Spear build? A Bloodwave, yes. Bone Spear, no, because for Bone Spear, you need the Deathless Visage, even though, like, we might actually be able to cut the Deathless Visage out. But that being said, it's still a very good tool, as you want your Bone Spear to cast twice to be as high as possible. Deathless Visage with the greater effects is 61% chance. Then if you have on your weapon another 37%, so I'm sitting at 100% chance more or less for my Bone Spears to cast twice. And since Bone Spears is all the damage, so like having 100% for the Bone Spear cast twice is more worth it than any damage that the Air of Perdition could give you, because then I just press the button and it's always like 2 Bone Spears coming out, which is surprisingly very useful. Summon Hellborn, let's go. I'm unhappy for the wave counter still being bugged. I'm happy for my ether counter at least to be working. So right now, one solution would be to definitely play rapid ossification. Should actually try this out in between waves to like move some points around for rapid ossification to see like how my bone prison cooldown is doing. Because right now, like in this kind of content here, we sometimes have the vibe where our bone prison is just not bone prisoning enough, right? So because we're killing things so easy, because everything dies so fast that like you don't have enough bone prisons. But if we play rapid ossification, at least a point in it, or we could actually temper a point in it as well, that might help. Wonder if tempering would be enough. Okay, base idea is you go for this. We put that point in that when you're playing this skill called Rapid Ossification here. So every 100 essence you spend reduces the cooldowns of your bone skills by 0.5 seconds. Now, you could do this, and then we could remove the finality for now, and we just do this, right? So what happens right now is... We'll activate our ulti, then we'll do this. And see, like, now we're spending essence, and you notice how my bone prison is actually going significantly down. So even if I am not hitting people to reduce the cooldown, I am just by the mere act of essence getting the cooldown reduced. And that is good, because then I don't have to stress myself that much more about the curse, because right now, like, the curse is not mandatory for the reduction of my bone prison, right? I mean, I still want to have the curse on. That's why we're still having cursed aura. But like this, we're kind of like minimizing the effect of not having the right rune and then not being able to auto-cast the curse. So I could actually at this point say, you know what, maybe I don't want to auto-cast the curse, and I'm just happy with the cooldown reduction that the rapid ossification provides. Especially if we're now tempering another rapid ossification, which we could, like, can I teleport out of? I can teleport out of a Helltide, right? Out of a Infernal Horde, right? I don't remember correctly, but I think I could teleport out of one. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a while, Crocodile. All right, let's teleport out. Oh, we get Surging Elites. That's pretty good. Yeah, you could teleport out. So what we could do is we could take... We have here... This is resource cost reduction that we never wanted to have anyway. Shit, but I can't retemper that into something else. Here, rapid ossification. Yes, that's actually what we want. One rank? I want 2 ranks. I'm greedy now. That's okay. We get the scrolls. Chat, we get the scrolls. Don't worry. And otherwise, I'll use a different amulet anyways. Okay, come on, give me 2. Give me 2. Don't you make me do this. Don't you make me an unhappy man. I'm an unhappy man. Okay, that's good. Now we can finally swap the amulet. That's what we planned to do anyways from the very beginning on. Obviously. Because I hated that amulet. Like, it stank. So we're taking this one. And we're obviously getting rapid ossification too. Like, there's no tomorrow. Very simple. Oh, godness, you hate me. I'm doing it. Thank you very much, Jesus. God. Now, the best thing would be if I just tried to get also Soul Rift duration. But I feel like that's going to be really greedy to do. And we're doing it. I'm so good at this game. Okay, so now that we clarified that. So with these 2 ranks in rapid ossification, we would now, for every 100 essence you spend, reduce the cooldown of your bone prison by 3 seconds. And the base cooldown is 10.36 seconds. That's pretty good, right? Especially since we're just like blasting through our essence. So we're gonna go for Surging Elite for double. And this brings another good thing with it. See, like and there's my bone prison back up again. You know what? That's actually really good. So either my cooldown is going to be helped in general by my stuff, but no matter what I do, as long as I throw my spears out, I will get the bone prison cooldown lower. That generally gives it a slightly less clunky feeling. I mean, we still have the curse, right? If someone actually comes close to us, that we then have the curse be activating. So that's good. The only power we're right now missing is the apparition power that gives us more damage against distant enemies. Any one of you actually get that one? The more damage against distant enemies? Because I have tried. I swear I've tried. I have not gotten it at all. Because that would obviously be great, because usually with Bone Spear, what are you doing? Like, you are shooting at distant enemies, right? All we can do right now is we can remove the curse. And I can go for... Reap. Because putting Reap in there gives me just here another 6% more damage. Kind of worth it. Yeah, this certainly takes out some of the clunk here for open world activities. When it will always feel clunky as you're forced to like put the prison, and if you don't put the prison, then you're just not efficient enough. But I don't believe that it's terrible, right? This is in the room of sure. I can live with this. Is Bone Spear better than Blood Surge? No, but yes. Okay, so why is Bone Spear better than Blood Surge? Because Bone Spear needs absolutely no really good equipment to do what we're doing here right now. Like, you have to consider that we don't have S tier equipment. It's C tier at best. But in order for Blood Surge to be good, you need at least A tier equipment, okay? You need the right ancestral items. You need to optimally have a mythic item and that kind of stuff happening, okay? That's obviously completely different to the Bloody Bone Spear. Like, I can throw on the most random collection of things, and I'm still going to do well. Right, obviously I need to have Endearer's Memory, which is not a surprise because that's kind of like mandatory, but apart from Endearer's Memory, like just put it out there. It's gonna work. And for Blood Surge, you need to have, well, Ring of Starless Skies, or it's just not going to feel good. You need to have Air of Petition preferable. You need to have the Cruel's Embrace with a greater affix. If you don't have Cruel's Embrace with a greater affix, why even try, right? So all of these kind of things to make it really feel good. Unless we're talking only Torment 3. But even versus Torment 3, it's stronger because, like, Blood Spear or Bloody Bone Spear does overpower on every single hit. Whereas Blood Surge does overpower on every 6th hit, right? So now do the math. What's better? Even if the overpower is only inside the Bone Prison, right? It's overpower on every goddamn single hit. Every goddamn single hit. Every goddamn single hit. Rapid Ossification Gear is for Infernal. Rapid Ossification Gear is absolutely not needed for pitting. That being said, like, who's going to make themselves 2 gear sets? I mean, I already have a hard time convincing people to change boss powers for different pieces of content. Right? When I tell you, hey, the execute boss power is useless versus bosses because it only works against non-boss enemies. Maybe you should swap that out when you're doing lair bosses. Maybe you should swap that out. But you know what? If I tell that to people, they're going to be like, what the fuck? You don't tell me what to do. You're not my real father. So yeah. If I say, like, use rapid ossification, I'd probably just expect people to use it no matter what. Also, rapid ossification does help in the pit as well. If you get into a position where you just don't have it on cooldown, and you would have to hit enemies to get it on cooldown, it just helps to streamline the whole thing. That you're just really consistently having it. What game do you like the most, D4 or PoE2? Depends on the patch, Rojax. And right now, I'm pretty much waiting for Act 4, 5, and 6 and Druid, right? Well, I still need to finish my solo self-found project. And Diablo get a new exciting fun patch that I have fun playing. So whoever has the better patch right now. I miss Shadowblight Necro. Me too. You can technically still do Shadowblight Necro as there is tons of powers that work with shadow damage over time, Kevin. A new amulet with imperfectly balanced. Wow, that's really good. That's actually a really good amulet. Holy, I like that. You get maximum life greater affix. That's not bad. Tacit, Crown of Lucian. Crown of Lucian with a good roll. I'll keep that for the time being. You don't feel the playstyle with Bloodwave feels super boring and slow. Maybe you're playing it wrong. Let me show you how I'm playing Bloodwave. I'm not saying you are playing it wrong, okay? I'm just saying maybe you're playing it wrong. Okay, let's equip Bloodwave. That's, by the way, why we're having all these different things happening. Then we're going to go into a pit. This pit is the best way to, I guess, do this, right? It might be that you absolutely just don't like Bloodwave because not everyone likes the same things. Which is fine, I guess. So my Bloodwave playstyle is very simple. The curse is automatized by casting ulti. So if I cast ulti, I curse, right? Then I just walk in a circle, pick up the orbs, and that's it. If I feel fancy pantsy, I'll also drop in a blight for even more damage. But localized calamity, circle for orbs, circle for orbs. On we go. Or in blight, localized calamity. I can see where this is boring for some. I call this convenience. Like if you compare this to the stress of playing your Bloody Bone Spear, you have to do so much more with Bloody Bone Spear to reach the same results that Bloodwave gets with no effort. Right? I mean, I'm not even trying. Obviously, you're captain damage because you just can't do that much damage, right? Like in the time where these 3 waves are happening, I've thrown 28 times the same amount of bone spears. They all have a very high damage potential. Is the cursed aura necessary? No, you could manually cast it, but why would you want to? When that means for, oh, that was a 5 billion hit. Cool. That means for every mob pack, you would have to apply the curse. For this, you're just walking in, they get slowed, they get damage reduced, dunzo. Why make it more complicated? What's the point of having cursed runes? Oh, the point of having cursed runes is that you can apply the execution curse and the cooldown reduction curse both at the same time. So that's usually the point of having the cursed rune. I don't even know if I'm actually playing the cursed rune right now. I'm actually not even playing it. See, there you go. Clicking buttons in ARPG madness. Hey, you say that, but when I present someone a build that is a 2-button combo, people lose their mind. They're like, give 1 button combo or That's mostly Path of Exile Falcon. No hate chat, but you know it's true. So yeah, I mean like 2-button combo maybe accepted. 3-button combo is like, are you fucking kidding me? I want to play an ARPG and not a strategy game. These are the comments I've read, chat. 3-button combo, preposterous. I can't press 3 buttons in the right order. That's impossible. Are you gonna make an endgame minion build? Yes, but no. So there's 2 things I'm planning to make. I want to make a minion build with Fell Gluttony, okay? And this Zan rune. But at the same time, I want to make a minion build with so is this boring or not? I want to make a minion build with Zangavars. That's actually not going to be using minions. It's more going to be using Zangavars. I want to remove cursed aspect and use the Air of Petition. Yeah, you can do that. Then you add cast ultimate skill for curse, and then you're good to go. So you can just do cast ultimate skill for curse. Done. You should be fine. Okay, that was Bloodwave. Let's go to here. Because we wanted to try out how the rapid ossification would work now when we're doing the Undercity. What's the rune number to cast ultimate for curse? The rune for cast offering for ultimate, and then the rune for curse. I don't know the names. Don't expect me to know names of runes. I don't know those names of those runes. I don't. Did Bloodwave last season? Well, you don't have to do Bloodwave. Bloodwave is just fun to do. I'm just a big fan because it's so simple. But that's why we're doing Blood Spear right now. Blood Spear. Okay, so now with that bonus cooldown reduction, let's check. So the problem again for the people that wonder what we're waffling on about the whole time was that the spear feels good in the pit, but everything outside the pit, it just doesn't feel that good. And the main culprit we identified was that you just don't have your bone prison often enough, which leads to the point where you want to like have people inside the bone prison, but due to, well, not having the cooldown, you can't actually always put people into the bone prison. Now what we did do is we pretty much choose rapid ossification as our cooldown recovery tool that says whenever I spend 100 resource, I get a 3-second cooldown recovery on my bone prison. So now we pretty much have my curse aura if I walk up to people as bonus cooldown reduction. That was a 5 billion hit there, by the way. And we have the also cooldown reduction on the bone prison with the rapid ossification, and that leads to me being more or less able to permanently put bone prison. Certainly makes this more streamlined. And this is going to help tons in the Hell Tide to just not feel awful. I like it. If you want to min-max, you need 2 builds. Oh, absolutely. There's no questions asked. I mean, for the Necromancer, you're currently best off to have 1 Bloodwave and 1 Bone Spear build. Because Bloodwave is actually better for like open world content because you just walk around Bloodwave, Bloodwave, Bloodwave. It's just good. Best would be if you had Blood Surge, but Blood Surge is just too, like, takes too long to get off the ground. So usually I would say just make a Bloodwave and make a make Bloodwave and the other thing. Bone Spear. You should nicely be set up for success. Yeah, this is working vastly better. I am very pleased, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for talking me into this. I'm very pleased. You're playing minions all the way, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to do that. I mean, end of the day, you shape your experience. If you want to play minions, no one should stop you from doing so. Minions can be fun. Minions can be good. They're just, in comparison, lackluster. As long as you do not compare and just have your fun time with minions, you will have a fun time, and that is an unquestionable truth. Right? I'm doing Blight Farming Tier 3. Tier 3 is the new tier to be in. You might have not heard this because we said it at the start of the stream. But in my humble opinion, you shouldn't even aspire to go Tier 4 as there's nothing here. There's no reason, like, so again, getting Pit 100 is so atrociously difficult this season. You have to put so much farm in to make Torment 4 desirable that I cannot recommend it. Simple. I cannot tell you, hey, you should certainly go for Torment 4. Yeah. I'm sorry. Blizzard made it annoying. Blizzard made it annoying to go for Torment 4. That's everything they did with their increased difficulty. It made Torment 4 something that you don't even want to do anymore. Great job, Blizzard. Fucking fives in the chan. Granting your Paragon, I've actually not gotten 300 Paragon since they put 300 Paragon in the game. Anyone here, chat? Have you gotten 300 Paragon? I'm the content creator. I should have it. I don't. How are you getting the quick reset on Soul Rift? Lucky hit chance. Lucky hit chance. Zan Yax Zig Zig. Ow, twice the same rune. This is the ultimate, the Zan rune, by the way, for ultimate skills we talked about. I need my Scorch Glyph board so bad. I definitely need some more Paragon points too. I should definitely farm the pit to just squeeze out a little bit of those. That's for sure. Do I have more boss keys to... Let's do Torment 3 and kick like I'm just trying to get more Belials because I want to have that Spectral Ash. I just had like 4,000 Spectral Ash because I got Ambush Belials. That was pretty good. Let's do some Urvar. I'm 175 and got all 5 boards going. Yeah, like 160, 170 is the magic number where I usually have everything going. Hello, Fields of Judgment. I like my Earthquake Barb. I like Earthquake Barb too. Best area for XP is Pit. Yes. Finishing a Pit just gives an unreasonable amount of XP. Ambush Belial. Robbery. I remember times where bosses used to give legendary runes. It was truly the best time. The very first time they introduced runes, and bosses used to consistently drop legendary runes. Who remembers those times, Chan? Okay, that was bad. I didn't have the resource. Playing Grim Feast can sometimes be annoying. Not Grim Feast. What's it called again? Great Feast. Sorry, no Grim Feast. Wrong game. Maybe a little bit more lucky hit, Chan. Grim Feast, different game, Jack. Different game. Oops. I'm gonna explain why I keep casting Prison and then make it go away. Amulet with a greater affix. Which amulets do we have? Even Piercer. Yeah, that's true. that. Is the game playable without the DLC? Yes, you just miss out on some features. And then with the next DLC, you will miss out on more features. And then with the next DLC, you'll miss out on more features. And then so on and so on and so on. And then like you keep missing out on stuff pretty much. And more and the more and the more and the more. You need 5 ohm? Sir, you should go for the Mythic Gamble Chest. Come on now. Mythic Gamble Chest. Mythic Gamble Chest. Don't be like that. Just do it. Oh, really? He just vanished midway through. If I don't have my cooldowns, like I don't kill him straight away, then it's very bad. I'll send you back to hell, but I'm not from hell. When did Endurance drop for you? Yesterday. I actually farmed it in the evening off stream, that in the morning we could get the stream out for you while we then reskill into the build. And yes, I hate doing that because I prefer to do everything together with you. But today I wanted to show you the Bloody Bone Spear. So here we are showing you the Bloody Bone Spear, right?
Good business and fortune to you.
Okay, you know what we're going to do? The worst thing in the world, chat. Apparition events. You know what we're going to do now? Apparition events. Do it! And the main reason is I'm missing the most important power for Bone Spear. And you know what the most important power for Bone Spear is? Outlaw Sharpshooter. You deal increased damage to enemies that are further they are away from you, up to 10.50%. Well, if I upgrade this to level 20, I just get another 20-30% damage multiplier. Is there an option to save the skill tree? It's called the Armory, Javi. You have to look for the Armory. That's what you have to look for, the Armory. Oh, why am I in Torment 3? I guess I'm going to stay in... Like, I wanted to go to Torment 4. But I'm just going to do this incursion in Torment 3 now. Hope that I get the boss. So we need that boss power. After 10 rotations, I quit farming the event. I made sure that I at least got 9 of the powers. But I just never get the Outlaw Sharpshooter. And it makes me so sad. Where can I farm the pants for Bone Spear? Beast of Ice, but every boss has a chance to drop them. So it's mostly Beast of Ice, but technically every boss can drop them.
Your efforts are for naught, mortals. This realm is mine, and I shape it as I wish.
And at least there's enough people here to make this go fast. Technically. Said that too soon. Okay, apparitions. Outlaw Sharpshooter. was a random drop. Well, it's technically is a random drop, but the Beast of Ice has a chance to drop it. Okay, the boss is just going to get bullied when he comes out. Which one was that? Was that? Oh, ladies and gentlemen! Ladies and gentlemen! The man, the myth, the legend! Just whine hard enough. Just whine hard enough. But 20% damage multiplier is nice. The problem is I need to keep this power here right now for the crit chance. I could remove the instant execute, or I could remove the overpower damage. Because the instant execute does not help versus bosses, right? And everything else just dies anyways fast enough. So I could remove that. We would probably run like way too fast out of resources. Also, Great Feast is really a drain on your resources. What do you think of Rob's version of Bloodspear, sir? I haven't watched a single video of Rob in a long while, so I cannot tell you what I think of Rob's version. No, I make my own versions of things instead of checking other people's versions of things. Belial, come out there right now. Poor guy. Okay. It was nice. It was nice. Nice. It was nice. We get a whisper done. Everything done. So you go for crit damage or overpower damage? Both. Both. But so like you should boost crit damage because usually the helmet used to scale with crit damage, but I think it doesn't do that anymore, right? Was it Bone Spear deals more critical strike damage? Casting it forms echoes that deal more of its normal damage. Yeah, see, like the Deathless Visage like used to scale with crit damage. That's why you actually went for crit damage with Bone Spear instead of the overpowered tempers. But at this point, you can actually go for the overpowered tempers instead. Compass. Almost get my runes. I mean, so far we're feeling pretty powerful. Let's go to Kivachat to just see like how much more damage the longer range power is giving us. It only overpowers in Bone Prison, right? Yeah, but you're getting yourself a ginormous Bone Prison. That's the whole plan. Would this be hard to play on controller? I don't know how good the targeting with Bone Prison is. Okay. You need to pretty much put the Bone Prison on the enemy and then shoot the enemy. If you're not able to do that, then screwed. I need to be so far away, but still so close that I'm actually getting my suckies happening for my... my stuff. Yeah, I knew it. So one thing I forget, because I'm old and spaghetti, that you have this here. This is the Flesh Eater bonus, right? And you're actually consuming corpses, right? So I always wonder, like, how we're going to get Flesh Eater running on this build. But the use of Endurance Memory does actually consume the corpses and count as consuming the corpses. How does this do versus tier 4 Andariel? It kills bosses the fastest. This is faster than Bloodwave for boss killing. Okay. Need better boots? We're playing Rapid Ossification. We don't have like super boots. We have Rapid Ossification. So by the way, this is like a pit 75, and we're doing hundreds of millions, if not billions, of damage, right? So just to give you like a feeling for why I say like I'm not even remotely interested in farming. So I have a build that literally does billions of damage, right? Obviously I can get better gear. Yet though we're just like we can't scratch a tier. All right, we can scratch a tier 75 pit. We'll probably get it done over time. Does this look fun to you for tier 75? So now in order to make this smoother, I would obviously have to put in significant grind to do the same content just a little bit faster. So I will most likely not bother with pushing really deep into the pit this season. I mean, my shout out to all the creators that are going to grind deep, right? But I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, it takes forever to clear anything high this season, exactly. I think 70 is okay. 70 is the new pit 100, feelingly. Everything over 70 is tedious. 70 itself is tedious already for most people, probably. The actual pit 65, 60 feels like the most comfortable pit. Also, with pit 65, you can get your glyphs to level 45 while still plus 2ing them, right? So if you want to at least get plus 2 upgrades when you're upgrading, then you should do pit 65. Right? And then after you get your glyphs to 45, which is the damage boost that you want, then you just don't try harder. Because that's where misery lies. Aha, someone just put up a bubble of protection. I don't like that. Like, Invincible Dome might still be one of the more annoying things in the game. Like, how much overpower damage we're dealing, Chad? How many millions after billions after millions after hundreds of millions? But hey, we'll get him down. We'll get him down, chat. We'll whittle him. Whittle a little bit. Am I standing so close to him? Because LZ just a stupid protective dome and don't do damage to him. Stupid. He is also the perfect example why this build is so good for the pit. Because if I need cooldown reduction, I will shoot out bone spears with like thousands, billions of bone spears, right? I make tons of them. And due to making all these bone spears, we're also cooldown reducing, like we have no business of doing. And that allows us obviously to be just in a good position. You get the curse sign under your character. It's the aspect of the cursed aura. It's cursing for lazy people. Okay, somewhere in the middle there is this guy that reduces the damage, but I don't see him. I think he's dead. Not entirely sure. Okay, maximum distance, chat. If they wouldn't just like keep teleporting out. Like, hey, I put you into the boat prison. Now you're at my mercy, you little shits. Like, no, we're teleport out. I will teleport out. Okay, we're close. We're close, chat, to the boss fight. Let's get that pit 75 done. Important lesson to learn is that if you want to push any deeper than pit 60, okay, I wouldn't do that before I masterworked my gear 12 times. Last season, you could do a pit 100 without masterworking your gear a single time. That might have not been it, too. But realistically, if you actually do want to do any kind of pit pushing, in order for this to not turn as more tedious as it already is, I mean, my gear is mostly 4 times masterwork, right? But I guess you want it at least 8 times masterwork throughout your whole gear. So you just do the maximum amount of damage, as you'll get like your bonus life, and you'll get more life is more overpower and more crit and so on, right? If the build up somewhere, yes. On our mobalytics, !MOBA, it's called the Necromancer Hub. It has all the Necromancer builds for Season 8 in it. It will include also the Zangibar blade that we're going to be doing. Not today. It will also include a updated Blood Surge build that will probably not really make much video content about, but just pull it through. Can't actually wait to try out the Zangibar blade, though. That one should be interesting. Problem with the Zangibar build is right now, that is the Lord Zur weapon. We can't actually do it because I don't have the runes to do it. So I really want to do that, like something in that direction, but I think you're still missing a rune to actually pull that. Just wondering if you should buy this or Last Epoch. 2 complete different gameplay experiences. I gotta say, like, I love Last Epoch for all the systems it has, and Last Epoch is a brilliant game, but it doesn't give me the same gameplay satisfaction that PoE or Diablo gives me. And I couldn't even explain to you why that is. I can only tell you that, like, Last Epoch, I get to the end game and I just turn off and I'm done. It just doesn't satisfy me as much, doesn't make me as much happy. Like, the crafting is great, right? I'm really happy for getting, like, the items and so on, and like the uniques, and the items are flowing in general. But something is holding the general gameplay satisfaction feel back for me when it comes down to Last Epoch. Don't know how to explain it. Maybe someone else feels the same, but something is simply missing in the game, like, to make it feel very fun to play. Very, yeah, I don't know. Might just be me. I want to see how long the boss takes, because, like, playing through, obviously, some time investment. Don't mind me just having them in bone prison and spamming away. I'm gonna fight that thing. Isn't mace better for the Giga overpower? Sir, I don't have a mace. I mean, either sword or mace, one of the two things would be great to have. I only have an axe. Like, sure, there are things that would be better. Like, give them to me then. Right? I mean, it would be also great if I had, like, the perfect greater affix items on every single slot, which I don't have. That would be great. I just don't have. Okay, I don't know where the damage reducing guy is. He's somewhere in here. Biggest problem with Necromancer, and also big problem with Bloody Bone Spear Necro, that you have to stand still to throw things, right? And I just, like, as you notice here right now, I just get hit by everything. Might it be shadow, like shadow thingy? Might it be the freeze? Well, whatever it is, right? Like, I just get hit by it because I am, in fact, just like your random Necro dude. And everything just hits you. Because you obviously don't have Unstoppable, because that'd be too much. Like, right? Imagine giving Necromancer Unstoppable too on top of everything the Necro toolkit already has. Preposterous. It's a bit sad. Oh, it's these stupid, like vampire guys that are following me. I'm wondering already, how do I escape these vampire guys? Because I really don't want to deal with them. As they keep teleporting out of your bone prison, right? So you're trying to bone prison them, and they just keep teleporting out, and then they bone prison, and they keep teleporting out. There's somewhere there's a guy that reduces the damage in there. Okay, whoever makes these frozen walls can eat my fat, juicy ass. How do you keep your essence full at all times? See, that's the trick with Bloody Bone Spear in general high HP environments. You have lucky hit for essence. I mean, first and foremost, you got your Soul Rift, and your Soul Rift anyways makes essence, right? But then on top of the Soul Rift, you have the lucky hit for essence, and that truly keeps you topped up. You also do need this though, because we play the aspect of the Great Feast. And the aspect of the Great Feast right now reduces my essence by 7 per second. So if I don't actually do anything to maintain an essence uptick, I will actually drain myself of essence. So all of this, chat, just to randomly die there to some annoying crowd control, and then actually miss the boss. Do you even use Reap and Blight? So very important, my friend. First and foremost, yes, you do use Blight every now and then when you're bamming away at a boss. Do you use Reap? No, but that's not the point. Reap does give you 6% more damage and 6% more movement speed. Because Necromancer has this thing called Reaper's Pursuit. Reaper's Pursuit is a passive that says for each shadow skill in your skill bar, you get 6% more damage and 6% more movement speed. Now ask yourself the question, what's better? Having, like, I don't know, another skill to use that I won't use anyways because I'm just holding down my button for Bloody Bone Spears, or to just passively get more damage like that. That's also why the Blood Surge build is playing four shadow skills in the skill bar and not using a single one of them. Right? Rogue build when? As soon as I leveled up my Rogue. I mean, either I'm going to go for Rogue or for Barbarian next. But I think Rogue is right now hot for Teacher, so probably going to go for Rogue. Let's see how the damage output is. See, right now, it doesn't hurt to throw a blight in. I mean, you do 20% more damage, so why would you not throw a blight in is the big question, right? Oh, the boss in 75 has so much HP, it's crazy. Hundreds of millions of damage at any second. More attack speed, more kaboom. Hey chat, let's push to pit 100. Could you really imagine going for pit 100 under these circumstances? But I like this is right now this pit, right? Let's actually die. Thank you. So we can get out here. Let's go to pit 65. Replace Reap with Blood Waste? No. No. You do know that Blood Mist does not help you to get hit by anything that controlling impairs you, right? You still get controlling impaired, and then you can use it to break out of it. But the time it takes for then, until you're out of it, to then get back into a position where you shoot, you might as well just get hit by that controlling effect. So like, just the difference that 10 pit tiers make here right now from a fun perspective. Right, here you at least feel like you're doing something. Or at least feel like life makes any sense, right? Enemies are taking damage. They really mucked up the pit scaling. Right? Generally speaking, I don't find like pit scaling anyways fun inducing, right? We're doing the same content. The content doesn't get harder. But they really put another level on top. I mean, it's not like that people actually enjoyed doing the pit. People were doing the pit because you need to do it for glyphs. And they were like, hey, let's make it harder. Wait, I shouldn't use harder. Longer. Right? Let's make it longer. This is why I tell you 65, chat. Pit 65. That's where it's at. That's where the fun is. Show you gear quick. Well, after the pit, I can show you the gear. Speed running, sir. I'm speed running. Wonder if there's a bone prison duration temper. Still feel like we should have a bone prison size temper to just like make the bone prison bigger per se. And imagine like having the unique boots and bone prison size tempers. I hate the interaction with bone prison, especially on controller. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I do like bone prison in general, but I kind of feel like I miss, after playing so much Last Epoch and Path of Exile 2, I just miss any kind of automatizing interaction, like some cast on crit or whatever, where pretty much throwing my bone spears will spawn a bone prison at the location at where the bone spears are actually hitting, because cast on crit, you know? And like, sure, this is a combo build, but like, there could be things that make it so much more fun. How can you avoid losing HP? So you need to overpower, okay? Like, using Indira's memory, not overpowering. I'm losing HP. Using Indira's memory, overpowering. I am not losing HP. So the trick is to always have a bone prison up. That's it. You have no bone prison up, you take damage. You have bone prison up, you don't take damage. That's it. Done. I don't use any lucky hit to heal or whatever. That is all very, very bad. Just bone prison up and get healed. I was so sure I would survive that I wasn't even willing to go out. We're gonna find your build. Exclamation mark MOBA shows you the latest Necromancer build uploaded. Meow. But wait, do you have to stand in the enemy? Nope. It would even be better if you don't stand in the enemy, but I don't know. I'm weird. I end up standing in the enemy as always. Oh wow, that's it. Jesus. Having a chance to spawn Bone Prison on Bone Spearhead would be amazing. There could be an aspect for it, Bob. But it might also be too easy then, right? I mean, it would be perfect to have an aspect that would spawn bone prisons at the end of bone spears. It would also be nice if we could just have more than one bone prison. So I could just like, if I could somehow enhance the number of bone prisons that we're having. Because then I would put down one bone prison and then I would put down the other bone prison. Okay, so this was not enough, Chan. What the fuck? I killed everything on the way. That is so weird. Because right now, bone prison or raising bone prison can be annoying. As you just want like half of the enemies that you already had clustered up to be in the bone prison, and then the other half too. Let's go back, chat. Let's go back. I have this feeling where there are just not enough enemies on this map to. Yeah. I love it. This is such a bug they need to fix, right? ASAP. Not in a bit. Not in a jiffy. ASAP. Good. What do we have for gear? So we have right now for our gear, we got the Deathless Visage, which you need with a greater affix to projectiles. That would be nice. Chest just standard with maximum life for more maximum life. Then we have attack speed gloves that you also want with the Bone Dusters aspect. No Bone Dusters, no play. You want Casame's Legacy, Indira's Memory, sorry. Preferable greater affix on maximum life and Tides of Blood. Then we have the Path of Trek Wool. It doesn't matter how many splinters you're getting, by the way. Splinters don't matter at all. You want to have the Bone Scales and the Bone Prison cooldown. Then a sword or a hammer instead of what I have, with chance for Bone Spear to cast twice and Great Feast, because that's a 90% damage multiplier. Then we got the... Oh, we're actually missing an aspect the whole time. Huh, that's really funny. No wonder that we're not doing billions of damage. So we currently have an amulet with rapid ossification. That's amazing. Then we have like rings with attack speed and lucky hit for resource and lucky hit for resource. I've been missing one aspect the whole time, chat. The most important aspect, the aspect of the Dark Dance, which says additive, but I think it's actually multiplicative. So what is the aspect of the Dark Dance here? Whoop, boinky floinky, dark. Like, I've been wondering because our damage seemed unnaturally low. The aspect of the Dark Dance says that skills that consume life actually do more damage. Right, this aspect that we've been using before with the bonus damage there, we've been missing out on that. How do I know when I should switch for an end game build, Trey? I mean, technically you can play Blood Surge until Torment 4, but you'll struggle with that. So, I mean, as soon as you're unable to advance further, you should consider swapping builds. Those are the higher numbers I wanted to see. Yep, there's the billion hit already. Thank you very much. So I was wondering, like, we were generally doing way less damage than I was anticipating. Makes me wonder. The aspect back now. Let's do a 65 again. Yeah, this is so much more damage. I knew it. I knew we were screwing something up there. Something felt weird. Like I knew there was damage missing, but I couldn't like put my finger on like where damage was missing. Like I don't know if you I don't know if you notice it, but I think things are just falling way faster over, right? So the aspect of the Dark Dance is saying additive damage, 120%, but it feels more like multiplicative. I don't know if it's actually like if it's doing more than it should, or if it's a symbol error, because we used to, for example, have the aspect of the Unyielding Commander, which was also doing multiplicative damage, but it was showing as additive in the aspect itself. Yeah, this is so much faster. Day and night different, right, chat? I think on this triple affix, dude, you should actually see this really good, as they are just usually, yep, they usually have like so much HP, right, and you struggle to get them down. Thank you, Dark Dance. Tempering, you start on 800 gear. Sorry, like I don't temper before I only temper 800 gear. I only masterwork 800 gears. I do not temper before a single time. I mean, no one tells you what to do though. Like if you feel like tempering earlier, just temper early. This game is there to have fun, not to do like the most optimal things at every given point. But I don't actually temper before I'm in Torment, and before I pretty much have my 800 gear. I mean, this that like yeah, pretty much. 800 power items drop in Torment 1. Yes. Or from the Opal vendor. So look at that. We took like 6 minutes to clear the last one, right, chat? Look at this difference right now. How much faster we are. Like 6-7 minutes. More enemies. Greater affix items have 800 item power. Exactly. Get Torment 1. Start playing Torment 1. Get greater affix items from the Helltide or from the Opal vendor early. Get a nice power boost. Dominate. Finally, we're seeing the billions again. And I was wondering where my billions at, Chan. Instantly back in action. The first thing I forget, when I put on new items, I always forget to swap the aspects, and then I notice 30 minutes later, and then I scold myself for doing the same mistake since the insurgence of the game. As I don't know it better. Let's get to the boss to see the difference between boss killing speed. I still believe Bloodwave to be more fun to play, Chan. But that has simply to do with the fact that Bloodwave is just so much more relaxed to do things with. And no matter how strong this build is, Bloodwave just has this allure of using an ultimate to win. I don't know if I'm the only one, but I like that ultimates are useful. Because since the beginning of Hearthstone, they have not been. Diablo. Like, you had your ultimate skills, but your ultimate skills were like, oh, nice, you have an ultimate skill, but it's not really ultimate-y, huh? It's more like a bit satty-patty. I like when ultimate skills are also, like, actual ultimates. I was so sure I could tank that. That I deserved that. So I'm like throwing my thing at you, but like you're not getting overpowered because you didn't stand in my box of riches there. Honestly, the lucky hit chance is just mental on your spear. You gotta consider your bone spear has lucky hit chance 50%, but not only lucky hit chance 50%. Okay, your bone spear has on top of the lucky hit chance the chance to cast twice. So I'm casting bone spears twice, plus the bone splinters going out, plus everything just slamming into the opponent. Like you're gonna be lucky hitting, no matter what. That's essence per second. That's kind of nice. So you'll definitely get it done. By the way, why do we have 4 upgrades even though we died? Well, chat, because you can get another bonus upgrade. Woo! Yeah, it's actually crazy, but. Like, in case you missed it, like, down here with the ashes, Urn of Glyphs grants a chance to earn an extra upgrade when improving glyphs. That's actually pretty good. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having a fully updated video for the Blood Spear, where we talk about the issues with the build, how to fix them, and how to overcome the further issues too. Because there's quite some things. So we're gonna make a guide tomorrow, wrapping it all up. I'll probably improve this a little bit overnight. I mean, also very important to get the Flash Eater node. I made a mistake to not get the Flash Eater node early. So that was a mistake. I might maybe kick out Blood Baguettes, but I'm not entirely sure because this board gives me so much more maximum life, it's crazy. I'll think about a few things, and I'll get you everything updated tomorrow. That being said, I'm done for today, so thank you for coming, watching, lurking, and chatting. Don't forget to watch our video today on the latest meta snapshot of what is hot right now and what is not. Give us your opinion on what you think, and I hope to see you all either tomorrow for the stream, if there is one, or on Sunday anyways. Okay? Therefore, take care, have a good one, and thanks for being with us.